On behalf of the University at Buffalo, Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences, John R. Oishei Children's Hospital, University at Buffalo Foundation, and Children's Hospital of Buffalo Foundation, welcome to the inaugural Robert Guthrie Symposium. The father of newborn screening, Dr. Robert Guthrie, was born on this day, June 28, 1916, in Marionville, Missouri. He trained as both a physician and a scientist, earning his MD from the University of Minnesota in 1945 and his PhD in biochemistry from the same institution 1 year later. Dr. Guthrie's career was extensive and varied, including a stint as professor and chairman of the Department of Bacteriology and Immunology at the University of Kansas, assistant in the Department of Chemotherapy at the Sloan Kettering Institute, and principal cancer research scientist at Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. In 1958, Dr. Guthrie joined the University at Buffalo as a research associate professor of pediatrics. He would end up spending the rest of his career at UB until his retirement in 1986. Dr. Guthrie was inspired to focus his research on the biological causes of mental retardation and developmental disabilities after his son John was born with a disability in 1947, and his niece Margaret, who was diagnosed with phenylketonuria, known as PKU, in 1958. His breakthrough came in 1957 when Dr. Guthrie had a now famous conversation with Dr. Robert Warner, the director of the Children's Rehabilitation Center in Buffalo, regarding PKU. As Dr. Warner explained, treatments for PKU were known at the time, but the tests to diagnose the disease were expensive and required collecting large blood samples. Furthermore, the tests needed to be run as soon as possible after birth to avoid severe health consequences for the newborn. Dr. Warner suggested to Dr. Guthrie that he should try to develop a simpler test that could be run more quickly and easily on large numbers of patients. Dr. Guthrie agreed, and within 3 days reported back to Dr. Warner with a solution that would form the basis of the PKU screening test. By 1961, Dr. Guthrie had developed his simple biochemical test into an effective detection program for PKU. His approach became popularly known as the heel prick test, as it involved collecting a small amount of blood from each newborn by pricking their heel with a needle. By running these blood samples through the PKU assay, one could efficiently test all newborns to find the handful of children with the disease. These children could then be given the appropriate treatment to avoid any future complications. In just under 2 years, Dr. Guthrie's lab was able to test nearly 400,000 American newborns in 29 states, identifying and treating 39 children with PKU. Having proven the soundness of the concept, his approach was quickly adapted for the screening of other metabolic disorders, such as galactosemia. Throughout the rest of his career, Dr. Guthrie made it his mission to advocate for broader implementation of newborn screening. He was an aggressive supporter for mandatory universal screening for PKU and similar metabolic disorders, even in the face of initial opposition to the idea of such mandatory screenings. He spent a great deal of time spreading the word through meetings and phone calls with political leaders, journalists, and other physician scientists, and traveled extensively around the world to advocate for newborn screening. Dr. Guthrie often posed with babies during interviews to further emphasize the importance of newborn screenings to the public. The screening approach that Dr. Guthrie helped pioneer is widely acknowledged as one of the most successful public health programs of the last century and serves as the basis for dozens of other tests used today to diagnose and treat inherited genetic disorders. Every year, more than 140 million babies are born, and every single day, over 400,000 babies come into the world. A significant portion of those babies are now routinely screened for metabolic disorders. In the US alone, almost half of the population have received newborn screening, and in New York, more than 50 metabolic disorders are currently being screened in the state's newborn screening program. Tests such as these have helped save many lives and have helped preserve the health and well-being of tens of thousands of children. Today, in celebration of Dr. Guthrie's legacy, and to coincide with what would have been his 105th birthday, we will feature talks by several world-renowned experts on the past, present, and future of newborn screening and metabolic disorders, as well as hear from patient families and other individuals impacted by Dr. Guthrie's work and legacy.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tao Xian Huang. Again, on behalf of University of Buffalo, School of Medicine and Biomedical Science, Oishei Children's Hospital, UB Foundation, and Children's Hospital Buffalo Foundation, and the organizer committee. I want to welcome all of you to the first Guthrie Symposium on newborn screening and the metabolic disorder. Today, we have an excellent panel of speakers. If you have any question, I would like you to send to us through the group chat. We'll have a Q&A section at the end of the symposium. First, welcome Dr. Michael Kane. Dr. Kane is the Vice President of Health Science, University at Buffalo, and the Dean of Jekyll School of Medicine and Medical Science. Please welcome Dr. Kane.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Tao Shang. I also want to extend my welcome to all of you, our invited speakers, our medical community, and visitors to the inaugural Guthrie Symposium. It's a pleasure to host this symposium this morning. I also want to acknowledge the sponsors that Tao Shang mentioned and appreciate the group's support for this inaugural symposium and program that remains timely, and also reminding me of the history of Robert Guthrie and his roles here prior to my arrival. I also want to just take a moment and recognize Tao Shang and Jesse Sloan, who joined us last August and September during, I guess for us, the beginning of the second wave of COVID. And so conditions were such that Tao Shang and Jesse arrived. We were unable to have official normal kinds of conferences and meetings where we were able to introduce them to our Buffalo community. So I'm most pleased that finally, almost a year later, I have the opportunity to tell the world how pleased we are that Tao Shang and Jesse are at Buffalo. And so we're most fortunate to have both of you and very much appreciate all of the work you've done, both on the research side, our educational program side, and clinical delivery since both of you have been here. So welcome everybody, but I finally get my chance to officially and publicly acknowledge how pleased we are to have both of you here. So I look forward to this morning's program.
Thank you, Dr. Kane. Okay, let's welcome Dr. Steve Lipshaw. Dr. Lipshaw is Kanger Goodyear Professor and Chair Department of Pediatrics, Pediatric Chief of Service, Kaleida Health, Medical Director of Pediatric Service, Oishei Children's Hospital. He's also President of UBMD Pediatrics. Please welcome Dr. Steve Lipshaw.
Thank you, Tao Shang. Welcome to today's symposia, where we will take the lessons of pioneers in this field, some of whom will be speaking to us today, and use that to redouble our efforts to really improve outcomes. And I thank the organizing committee, in particular Dr. Wang and Sloan, for their extraordinary work, and our speakers for sharing their knowledge with us. Our collective goal by participating in today's symposia is to enhance our ability to provide the highest level of care and achieve the best outcomes for children and families in our community and beyond, via critical investigation into the causes of their circumstance, not just treatment of their diseases. And the information we share this morning focuses on pediatric disease models and mechanisms to enhance the discovery of the underlying causes of these genetic pediatric diseases, from genes to environmental factors, as a means to develop novel interventions and cures. I want to just go over a couple of really brief points. My first point is on the importance of genetic screening. Over half of all pediatric diseases have a genetic underlying cause, and screening neonates, infants, and children for genetically mediated diseases has identified novel gene mutations and led to etiology-specific treatments or even cures. My second point is genetics and epigenetics and social determinants of disease. All children should have an equal opportunity to be healthy, ready to learn, and to achieve their maximal potential. And codes are important. A child's zip code in the United States should not be the determining factor for future health due to social inequities. And even though we'll focus this morning on newborn genetic screening, we must not forget that zip code focused pediatric research advances may have greater improvements in outcome than research focused on genetic codes alone. A third point is health, not disease. As we listen this morning, determinants of health and well-being and disease exist in our communities, and that's where they should be addressed. And the whole beauty of newborn screening is it really is focused on health. And for future pediatric research, health should be our endpoint and outcome. In terms of precision genetic medicine, in today's symposium, we'll learn more on precision genetic medicine and personal health history to, one, create therapies for individual patients, two, to enhance preventive medicine to transform healthcare systems from illness to prevention and wellness, and also to manage chronic illnesses. And my fifth point is screening improves outcome. And in today's symposia, we'll see the tremendous progress being made to improve child health outcomes by informing prevention, risk screening, and treatments by focusing on future genomic discoveries to predict, prevent, and more effectively treat disease. And my sixth point is determinants of health. A child's physiology is defined by the interaction of their genetic and biologic makeup with many external factors. And collectively, we're defining early life genetic and biologic factors that contribute to lifelong health and disease outcomes and develop interventions and therapies to ameliorate or prevent disease. And in the past year, when we look at some of the top 10 discoveries by international organizations, there's evidence of recent genetic therapeutic successes, some recent pediatric genetic and genomic advances that have had major implications on reducing associated pediatric diseases include, first, experimental gene therapies and gene editing techniques for the hemoglobinopathies to make functional hemoglobin molecules to prevent associated complications by taking a defective gene, fixing it, and curing a devastating set of diseases. Another one of the top 10, again, the product of real screening early in life, is new medications for cystic fibrosis that provide relief for patients with the most common cystic fibrosis gene mutation and also reduce complications. And our focus on meaningful discovery leading to improvements is really where it's all about the patient. And as we embark on this wonderful symposia, we must never forget that our patients are the real heroes who fight with courage and dignity and a smile that'll never leave you. And the clinical care and research we are all privileged to do should be on behalf of those who fought their disease and won, and in memory of those who have not. And as a field, We've created houses of hope that give children with diseases and their families a reason to believe that they'll achieve the highest quality of life by having the programs that each of you are part of address their physical, social, and spiritual factors that exacerbate the stress. It's our hope that future research on genetic diseases in childhood will help each of you and your integrated programs enhance the individualized, competent, compassionate care you provide to enable the highest levels of effective children's health care. And, optimal care for our patients with genetic diseases, as we'll hear in some of the talks today, benefits from multidisciplinary care models. Right here in Buffalo, yesterday, we learned that a cherished member of our multidisciplinary genetic care team, Dr. Vijay Aswani, died unexpectedly, and he had provided exemplary primary care as part of our MedPeds program, but also had a research background in genetic metabolic diseases, where he provided care for our patients with genetic diseases requiring our infusion center. He was a gifted educator. His untimely passing and his professional dedication for our patients with genetic and metabolic diseases is a reminder today of the need of our patients and the dedication of all of you to do our best for these patients. And research has been fundamental to further improvements in childhood disease outcomes. We've seen substantial progress in reducing deaths and improving quality of life for these children and families worldwide over the recent decades. But many problems remain, and as a field, we have the potential to be able to better define pediatric genetic disease and health innovation. Further, we have the ability to illuminate where we have had successes to guide making today's genetic breakthroughs become tomorrow's medicines. And I applaud each of you today for participating in this seminar and every day as we together are seeing groundbreaking pediatric genetic research advances. We're fostering the spread of life-saving knowledge, and we're reaching out to infants, children, and adolescents with genetic diseases and their families to close gaps in care through knowledge. And finally, future research in our field would benefit by being an extension of that learning collaborative. And your active participation today with this symposia is encouraged. And thank you already for having items in the chat. So thank you all as we collectively exchange ideas and learn together. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve, for the excellent remark. Next, let's welcome Dr. Steve Turkiewicz. Dr. Turkiewicz is the Chief Medical Officer, Oishei Children's Hospital. Steve.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the inaugural Robert Guthrie Symposium on Newborn Screening and Metabolic Disorders. Thank you all for joining us virtually here at Oishei Children's Hospital and the Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences. A very special thank you to our speakers and panelists today and to the teams at UBMD Pediatrics and the Children's Hospital Buffalo Foundation who helped to organize this event. Children's Hospital Buffalo has a deep history that began when we opened as a 12-bed hospital in September 1892, known at the time as the Little Brown House. We quickly grew to 40 beds and by the 1950s reached 200 pediatric beds and 75 maternity beds and bassinets. We are proud of a rich history of firsts and innovations in things like EEG, RH incompatibility, congenital cardiac surgery, cleft palate repair, surfactant treatment for premature infants, and of course, newborn screening. Our current 3.5-year-old new 185-bed home on the Buffalo Niagara Medical Campus houses the Western New York Regional Perinatal Center with over 3,000 births per year, the region's only level 1 pediatric trauma center, Western New York's only comprehensive adult and pediatric epilepsy program, the Robert Warner Rehabilitation Center, providing multidisciplinary care to children with complex healthcare needs, and a full spectrum of pediatric medical and surgical subspecialists. Today, we honor Dr. Robert Guthrie and celebrate the birth of the newborn screening program. Despite the expansion to greater than 50 congenital conditions in the New York State newborn screening program, staff here at Oishei still affectionately refer to it as the PKU. As you know, Newborn screening allows us to detect neurologically devastating and sometimes fatal congenital diseases before babies begin to show symptoms. With early diagnosis and rapid initiation of treatment, children can lead lives free of neurocognitive deficits. Many have called his heel prick test one of the most cost-effective and successful public health programs of the last century. Within 2 years of opening his facility near Children's Hospital Buffalo, more than 400,000 infants from 29 states were tested for PKU. Dr. Guthrie's legacy continues to shine brightly and has touched hundreds of millions of newborn infants across the globe. His groundbreaking work has laid the foundation for countless discoveries. This morning, you will learn more about the incredible reach of his work and new breakthroughs that will transform the practice of medicine, just as Dr. Guthrie did in 1961.
Thank you so much, Steve. Well, let's move on to next part. It's a really great honor for me to introduce our special guest today, Mrs. Patricia Guthrie. Patricia is an independent journalist from Seattle, Washington. She specialized in writing about healthcare. She received a multiple award for her work, include Von Dulles Award, Squib Howard Award, and the George Park Award. Most importantly, Patricia is Dr. Guthrie's daughter. As a part of her effort to memorize and celebrate her father's contribution to newborn screening and treatment of a disease, metabolic disorder, she has founded the Robert Guthrie Legacy Project. Please welcome Patricia Guthrie. I cannot think about any more appropriate title for her. Her title for talk is My Daddy Make Every Baby Cry. Please welcome.
Hello, welcome to the Robert Guthrie Symposium. The University of Buffalo has asked me to talk about this man that you may know as the father of newborn screening, but I know as just Dad. So when I was growing up in Buffalo, people would approach me and they'd say, I think I've heard of your dad. What did he do now? It's something to do with babies and the letters PKU. So I came up with a very succinct explanation. Well, he basically just makes every baby cry when they're born because he sticks them with a needle in their heel. Okay, so that's the very basic explanation of the famous Guthrie test. And here's some Guthries getting that test. That's his grandson on the left and his great-grandson on the right. So there were 6 of us kids back in Williamsville, New York, where we grew up outside Buffalo. The oldest was Tom, he's the tallest back there, then Johnny, Ann, Barbara, Jimmy, and me, Patty. My dad may have had this photo taken professionally in 1963 because my oldest brother was going off to college. I was starting kindergarten, and he may have had an idea that he was going to start traveling to spread the gospel of newborn screening. So my siblings and I knew my dad was different than any other father in the neighborhood, perhaps any other father on the planet. For one thing, he talked all the time. Talk. He talked face to face. He talked on the telephone. We never got a word in edgewise at the dinner time. We just grew up in this cloud of words: galactosemia, inborn errors in metabolism, homocystinuria, phenylketonuria, PKU. See, I pronounced those pretty well, I think, because I sort of was listening. Well, my dad always referred to 4 events in his life that greatly influenced what led to his scientific breakthrough. His son, his own father, the fact that he had relocated to Buffalo, New York, and his niece. So the answer to the question of why was Johnny born different was never solved. He was diagnosed as mentally retarded at age 6. At first they thought he was autistic, then they thought he was deaf. My brother John was fortunate enough to have a wonderful teacher named Anne Rogovin. He was in her special ed class for years, and he learned. He could write his name in other words. He could count. He could read time. He knew how to count change. And he was very smart in his own ways. He loved trains, and he loved anything that had engines in them. And he probably could take them apart and put them back together. And he also had a lot of friends around him that did the talking for him. A lot of stuffed animals. I think it was because he was kind of hard to understand. And so they were surrogates for him. One of them was a 6-foot banana that he used to put in front of your face and ask questions such as, the 6-foot banana wants to know where you're going. The 6-foot banana wants to know where you were last night. It was quite amusing. And it was even more amusing when people would come over to visit and see the 6-foot guy with a 6-foot banana asking questions. Now, when my dad and brother were in the same room, there were occasions when you wondered who had the higher IQ. There was this wonderful time at Thanksgiving when all the children, they now were adults and they lived in other parts of the country, they were all gathering the Guthrie household in Williamsville for Thanksgiving. And on the Saturday night, before everyone was going back to their respective cities, we're all gathered around the table. And my father kind of stops and looks around at everybody and says, I guess this is the last supper. Then my brother, who usually doesn't say anything at the dinner table, pipes up and says, well, who's getting crucified? And we all just cracked up laughing. I mean, we were just almost in tears laughing. My dad was just sitting there with this very stupefied look on his face. Like, what's so funny? My father always said he will never forget the phone call that he got one night when he was working late at his laboratory at Buffalo Children's Hospital. On the line was his sister-in-law, Mary Lou Dahl. And she said in a very trembling voice, Bob, I think Margaret, my child's been diagnosed with what you're working on. Now, the birth of Margaret Dahl, who has PKU, not only was a coincidence, it was the catalyst for driving my father further into trying to figure out how to cast a wide net to screen babies in the hospital on their first days of life and check for this devastating disorder, which they knew how to treat, but they did not yet know how to detect early enough before the irreversible brain damage set in. During the 50th anniversary celebrations of the beginning of newborn screening, Mary Lou Dahl was asked to write about her daughter's life. This is what she had to say. Margaret is considered severely to profoundly retarded. Socially, however, she can be taken to church, simple concerts, restaurants, to people's homes for visits, and even rides a two-wheel bike well. She enjoys music and food, especially loves French fries and pop. She is a happy young woman, and we're very proud of her. She can pare potatoes, load and unload the dishwasher, and open cans and packages. Although she can't read, she's always interested in what a package says. She lives successfully in a 4-person group home 8 miles from me and comes home often for visits. So when we were growing up, the face of PKU was Margaret Dahl. That's what we knew PKU was. it took me decades to know and to meet children who had been detected at birth with PKU and lived very different lives. Now, my father had to go off to a lot of countries to set up newborn screening over the years. He would send us back postcards. Sometimes they were addressed to Guthrie girls, Anne, Barb, and Patty, sometimes to Guthrie boys, John and Jim. And when he would get home from those trips, he wanted to show us all what those countries were about. So we were expecting pyramids, Eiffel Tower, other scenic things, other cultural adventures he went on. But that's not really what his slides were all about. They were slides taken from the airplane, which was kind of novel back then, international flight travel. So the shots were like airplane wings, clouds. And we came to know his shots of the many colleagues he met as white lab coats I have known around the world. Well, you might be wondering who was attending to the Guthrie children when Dr. Guthrie was out in the world. Well, if Dr. Guthrie was a genius, then my mother was a saint. I know that sounds like a cliche, but that's actually the way it was. They were both from Minneapolis, as I said. They were attending the University of Minnesota, and that's where they met. They both got D's in that organic chemistry class. I guess some other chemistry was going on. And in 1941, they got married. Now, my mother's father was a dentist, and he was not hopeful. He did not have great hopes for this new son-in-law of his. For one thing, he hadn't completed medical school. And for another, he didn't want to practice medicine. He didn't want to have patients. He just wanted to look under microscopes at little bacteria and stuff. Now, my dad was rather an eccentric fellow, but his feet remained firmly on the ground. He was a living example of that slogan, think global, act local. When he was home, away from meetings and conferences and consultations, he and my mom were very active in many local causes and organizations. They were some of the leading advocates of expanding services for the developmentally disabled, including People Incorporated, Retap, which owned a thrift shop where he used to buy his non-flashy clothes. And my dad was also a vice president of the local chapter of the National Association for Retarded Children, which is where he met Dr. Robert Warner in 1959. I'm going to let Dr. Harvey Levy expand on how important that meeting was. I'm including a couple images to show you the first rounds of newborn screening on a large scale. It just all looks so fantastically primitive to me compared to what exists today. So that filter paper card was sent in this envelope with these very high-tech blood lancets for the doctor to use. In 1968, my father was asked to go to New Zealand to set up regional newborn screening labs for the entire South Pacific. He took a sabbatical from the University of Buffalo and then decided, hey, why not take all my kids and we'll travel in 2 VW vans. We'll drive around the world. So somehow that was done with the help of a few ships. We also went to Australia, where this newspaper reporter wrote this kind of amusing account of the world's most distinguished geneticist. And he's dining on sweet corn. Wow. This amusing reinterpretation of the first man landing on the moon, showing Bob Guthrie's VW, Dr. Bob in an astronaut suit, and a newborn screening card, was sent to me after I spoke about how the Guthrie family was camping in Europe the summer of 1969 and we heard how the first man landed on the moon in German at Dr. Bickel's house. I wrote about this on the 50th anniversary of the moonwalk, and you can find it on a website I'll tell you about in a little bit. Here's Dad holding more babies. I started to wonder, are there photos of my dad holding us when we were just babies? There's lots of photos of he and his kids together, but how about like he posed with these babies? I went back 70 years. And I found one with his eldest child, Thomas. Tom's about 2 years old there. And then I remembered I was a baby for a brochure for Children's Hospital. That's the photo on the left, the brochure, and then a photo of me now, so you can judge for yourself. I look the same. So over the years, there's been a lot written about Dr. Robert Guthrie. As I was a budding journalist, I wanted to write about him, but back in those days, journalism was different. It had standards. It had codes of ethics. There were things like conflict of interests. And I sort of thought, being the daughter of a scientist who made this discovery that helps thousands of children lead productive lives, if I was to write about it, it's not as good as an objective person writing about it. Well, fast forward a few decades, and that's such a naive notion, isn't it? So I've had time to gather up a lot of my dad's material. As a matter of fact, at the University of Buffalo, I went to its archives, and there are 36 boxes to explore of his research and his papers and his letters and his manuscripts. And it's fascinating. But one of the problems is it's all on paper. So I thought, at least what I could do for my dad as a tribute was to start putting a lot of things online. So as his 100th birthday approached, I decided to do a website and start collecting some of this material. And this is the website. One of the things on the website I do is I get into his personal life too, and what he was like as a boy. And these are the things he was drawing when he was in high school. My father always dreamed of sailing the South Seas, dreamed of sailing around the world. As he sat in his high school classes, he sketched some of these boats so he could learn the different riggings on them. These are from 1930, I believe. He had a dream boat. It was called a Tahiti Ketch. It's double-masted, all wooden, gaff rig. And he finally purchased it from someone who built it in Buffalo. So in 1987, he circumnavigated the Great Lakes, and he shanghaied one of his daughters, Barbara, to come along with him. And the rest of us would just meet him, different ports and canals, and we'd go through the locks. And we had a great time. Fair winds is how my dad always signed off on his letters. I thought it'd be a fitting way to end this presentation, along with this wonderful portrait done by family friend Barbara Insalaka. I also wanted you to see one of his many buttons and logos he used for his public health campaigns. This one kind of sums it all up, something to keep in mind as people continue the long fight to bring an equal start of life to all the children in the world. My dad's ultimate goal. So thank you to all those who put together this symposium, and I hope that it lasts for many years to come.
Well, that's a great story. And we have to move on. You see, I'm pretty sure you got many questions, and so we can hold until the last section. Okay, let's move to Dr. Harvey Levy. He's a very close friend of Dr. Guthrie. Dr. Levy is a senior physician in the Division of Genetic and Genomic at the Boston Children's Hospital and a professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School. he had a very, very productive career, and he spent most of his time in Boston. He finished his pediatric residency at Boston Children's Hospital and the fellowship with Massachusetts General Hospital. He stayed with Massachusetts General Hospital until 1978, and then he moved to Boston Children's Hospital to serve as the first director for metabolic program. And for all this year, I know him, and he has been served as a consultant for Massachusetts newborn screening program. I met him very first time in 1996 when I started my fellowship. Levy made a tremendous contribution to the field, and he identified the very first case of a homocysteine by newborn screen. He also reported the very first case of cobalamin C deficiency and the first metabolic disorder associated with vitamin B12 deficiency. And he authored more than 400 papers and received numerous national and international awards for his work. And then so that Levy is still very active practice, and he's currently studying natural history of homocysteine urine. And he was a very close friend of Dr. Guthrie, and he's going to share his personal and professional story about Dr. Guthrie. Harvey, welcome.
Thank you very much, Tashan, and hello, everyone. Before my recorded remarks, let me say a few words about Children's Hospital in Buffalo and Bob Guthrie's and Bob Guthrie's relationship. First, let me congratulate you, Tashan, and you, Steve. Hi, Steve. It's been a while since we saw one another. For this wonderful tribute to Robert Guthrie. It's frankly, it's long overdue. Bob never really felt truly appreciated by Children's Hospital and the university. And really, he had good reason for feeling this way. Bob received, as Patty Guthrie just told us, he received a number of awards during his lifetime, number of tributes during his lifetime, but none of them really, as far as I know, were from Children's Hospital or the university. I think what happened was that and I think this mirrored throughout the world initially, and that is that people didn't think that newborn screening, what Bob Guthrie was doing, was sufficiently academic to really warrant the kind of attention and the kind of awards academically that something that they considered to be more academic would warrant. So they just didn't feel as if this just didn't meet the standards of academic life and what one would think of in terms of research and in terms of advances in human disease. But how wrong they were. How wrong they were. So it's a great pleasure to participate in this symposium, and again, congratulations to you guys and to your colleagues for doing something that really is extremely warranted and a real tribute to a great man. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a wonderful occasion. It's just terrific to be able to have a symposium in honor of Robert Guthrie, and thank you very much for allowing me to participate. So I'm going to talk about the history of newborn screening and how it is a legacy to Robert Guthrie. Bob Guthrie and I were sharing a taxi to the airport in New York after a meeting. The subject was newborn screening for histidynemia. Histidynemia had been initially reported as causing reduced mentality and a speech defect. This was true for the proband, but she had an older sister who also had histidynemia, but the older sister was entirely normal. As so often in medical reports, however, that was no matter. It is the presence of a medical problem that carries the day. And the fact that another individual with the same disorder is normal is overlooked or discounted. So much for case reports. But histidynemia was a disorder I knew much about. Massachusetts had included urine screening as part of its newborn screening program. And through this additional testing, we identified and followed many newborns with histidynemia and several affected siblings. We found that histidynemia was almost as frequent as PKU. But unlike PKU, all of these children were normal. We had also followed a number of their siblings into adolescence and even identified a few adults with histidynemia, and the normality continued. So in my experience, histidynemia was a benign disorder. But Bob was interested in adding histidynemia to newborn screening. I am not sure Bob ever met a disorder he did not want to add. Moreover, Dr. Snyderman in New York had developed a low histidine diet and reported that histidynemia should be treated with the diet. And Bob had modified his bacterial inhibition assay so that it responded to increased histidine in newborns. So back to the taxi ride. Bob, in his soft and always kind, but absolutely relentless manner, insisted that histidynemia screening should be added. Whenever I managed to sneak in a word or two, I said that in my view, and that of still other studies that were beginning to appear, histidynemia was not a true disease and did not need to be treated, and therefore should not be added to newborn screening. Of course, this did not dissuade Bob Guthrie. Nothing ever would. And for years, he still believed histidynemia screening should be added. Bob was the personification of the word relentless. And that was one of the reasons, a major reason, why Bob was a genius. It was not only that he was extremely intelligent, that he surely was, but like all geniuses, when he encountered something of significance, he immediately recognized not only its significance and its implications, but more than anything, he relentlessly saw it to fruition. He would not be dissuaded. He would not be sidetracked. He would not be silenced, not by other physicians, not by medical societies, not by any of the naysayers who said newborn screening for PKU was unnecessary and premature and inaccurate, and even that it would cause terrible harm. To any and everyone, he insisted that every baby should have newborn screening, and that newborn screening was a legitimate public health function that should be available to every baby, not a private medical test. that was received by only those whose parents could afford it. Bob was far ahead of his time. I first met Bob Guthrie in 1968 as a young metabolic physician just out of my training. Through a tragic circumstance, the fatal illness of my mentor, Dr. Mary Efron, I assumed her position as medical consultant to the Massachusetts newborn screening program. One day, shortly after I arrived, the director of the program, Dr. Robert Guthrie, asked me if I would agree to go to Buffalo in his stead to participate in a meeting. So a few days later, there I was in a conference room with Dr. Guthrie and 3 others. Dr. Bill Murphy, a fellow in training under Bob, and very much his right-hand person. Gatlin Brandon, director of the Oregon Newborn Screening Laboratory. Joe Paleo, the director of the Erie County Regional Newborn Screening Laboratory in Buffalo. At that time, before the statewide New York screening program in Albany was developed, there were about 5 regional newborn screening laboratories throughout New York State. The purpose of the meeting was to finalize a paper reporting the first 1,000,000 babies screened for PKU. A paper that I soon learned had been in its, quote, final stage for about 3 years. Bill Murphy was in charge of the development and drafting of the paper, but we had no draft, no notes, nothing in front of us. The discussion was how to finally compile all of the data and write the paper. A discussion apparently identical to that, which had been ongoing for about 3 years. We did not get very far in discussing the 1,000,000 babies or the paper. Bill Murphy explained his, quote, draft, which was little more than a list of what was needed for the article, which I understood had been discussed many times before. More extensively discussed was a climb up Mount Hood during a previous meeting in Oregon and sailing on Lake Erie. Bob was an inveterate sailor. There was also a very general discussion of other newborn screening programs. By the late 1960s, newborn screening for PKU and a couple of other metabolic diseases, galactosemia and maple syrup urine disease, was generally accepted by the medical community. Guthrie had withstood the bitter opposition to newborn screening of the early 1960s, opposition that continued even when it became clear that infants identified by newborn screening and placed on dietary treatment within their first weeks were generally thriving and not developmentally delayed as expected for PKU. The challenge now was to increase newborn screening coverage to all newborns in the United States. There were still some states without statewide newborn screening conducted by public health laboratories, states with spotty screening conducted only in private hospitals. As a result, severely handicapped children with PKU who were not screened or who were missed by newborn screening were coming to attention. There was also discussion of expanding newborn screening to still other metabolic disorders, and Bill Murphy presented progress in that area. What was not accomplished was progress in publishing the 1,000,000 babies screened for PKU. Bob was too consumed by telephoning public health departments, calling metabolic physicians throughout the United States and elsewhere, by visiting public health officials and maternal and child health directors, by planning meetings and traveling to Europe to expand newborn screening there, to Germany to persuade Horst Bickel, who had developed the diet for PKU and who was an international leader in PKU, to Austria to persuade Otto Thalhammer, to Poland to persuade Barbara Sobalska. All of these physicians were critical in expanding newborn screening to Europe. And later to New Zealand, where he spent a year with Dr. Arthur Veal, a premier geneticist developing their newborn screening program. And then to Japan, where he supported Dr. Hiroshi Narase, a neuroscientist and a child psychiatrist, developing the wonderful Japanese national newborn screening program. Bob had no time for the discipline required to sit down and write. He was too busy around the world. And writing was not Bob's strength. His extraordinary strength was talking and persuading. And that strength served him to accomplish what few others could have accomplished. He once told me that his persistence came from his father, who was a traveling salesman. Bob put his, quote, foot in the door, but instead of a foot, it was a voice that never stopped, that never wavered from newborn screening. Professor Bickel wrote, quote, during a lovely car ride, this was in Germany, along the Rhine and Moselle rivers, neither Thalhammer nor I succeeded in changing Bob's conversation to ancient castles or different German or Austrian wine growing techniques. That was indeed Bob Guthrie. Needless to say, the 1 million babies screened for PKU paper was never published. When I arrived at the meeting, I did not really know more about Robert Guthrie than that he had developed a newborn PKU test. I did not know that the Massachusetts newborn screening program came about because of his fostering newborn screening programs in public health departments, and that his primary purpose in life had become to have every baby in the world tested for PKU, perhaps other disorders as well. I did not know what I later learned in my exciting, life-changing years of close involvement with Robert Guthrie. What I soon learned is that I was one of the very few physicians in the United States to whom Bob could relate for newborn screening in public health. The laboratory directors were not physicians, the sole exception being Dr. Robert McCready in Massachusetts. The maternal and child health directors were physicians, but they relied entirely on the laboratory directors. The physicians who might have been involved in newborn screening and who knew anything about PKU and other metabolic conditions were at academic centers, totally divorced from public health departments and public health laboratories. Moreover, these physicians were not necessarily convinced that newborn screening for PKU or any other disorder was appropriate. And some even strongly opposed newborn screening. Here I was, a physician trained in both pediatrics and metabolic disease, seeing patients and performing research in metabolic disease. I not only foresaw the performance of newborn screening at the public health laboratory, but at the medical center, I evaluated and diagnosed and treated the babies who came from newborn screening. I was the unique connection between public health newborn screening laboratory and the medical evaluation, the diagnosis, the treatment, and the outcome of the results of newborn screening. And I was totally committed to the great value of newborn screening. Moreover, Bob needed me. He was a medical microbiologist, not a geneticist or a metabolic specialist. So I became the physician in the United States to whom Bob could relate and whom Bob could rely upon to carry the torch of newborn screening to the academic community. During the succeeding years, I became part of the evolution of newborn screening. When Bob developed the methionine assay to detect babies with homocystinuria, I added this to the Massachusetts program. When Dr. Ernest Beutler applied his enzyme assay for galactosemia to filter paper, I added the Beutler test to the Massachusetts program. When Dr. Jean Dussault of Canada applied a radioimmunoassay for thyroxine to filter paper so that babies with congenital hypothyroidism could be identified, I, along with others in the Massachusetts program, added this to newborn screening. When the immunoassay for 17-hydroxyprogesterone was applied to filter paper so that babies with congenital adrenal hyperplasia could be added and detected by newborn screening, I again with others added this in Massachusetts. And on was I directly or indirectly involved in additions such as newborn screening for biotinidase deficiency and still others. All of these additions and the many others continuing to the present and that will continue far into the future were possible because of the Guthrie filter paper specimen. As Bob said, his legacy would not be the bacterial assay. It would be the filter paper specimen, the Guthrie specimen, the true basis for newborn screening. Bob always sensed that newborn screening would be more than just PKU screening. He knew that newborn screening would not only allow those with PKU to be normal, but would lead to normality in many other diseases that otherwise would be tragic for children and their families. He never ceased thinking about and advocating, yes, relentlessly advocating for applications to newborn screening. He was right. The history of newborn screening is his legacy. Could anyone have a greater legacy? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harvey. That's a great story, and so the people forgot the many detail. I think that's great recapture. And then so let's move on before a coffee break. We have a patient discussion panel led by Margaret Michael Glenn. Margie is an alumni of University of Buffalo. She received her pharmacy degree and her MBA in marketing and the honorary doctorate degree from University of Buffalo. She spent quite a long time with Merck. She rose from all the way up to president of a global vaccine and anti-infectives. And after that, she served as a CEO and the president of the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative. And she continued to serve a board for many biopharmaceutical companies. But the most important for Maggie is she is very devoted to care of and the research of homocystinuria. Maggie had two sisters, Judy and Susie, who passed away from homocystinuria. Currently, Maggie is a president of a board of homocysteine Network America, and she's also president of Hamplin Foundation for Homocysteine Urine Research. And today, she and her group is going to share their journey with the metabolic disorder. Welcome, Maggie.
Good morning. I'm Margie McGlynn, and I'm honored to lead this panel to share perspectives on newborn screening from rare disease patients or caregivers. I became involved in the rare disease community based upon a disease called homocystinuria over 50 years ago, as I had two sisters in the Buffalo area who were diagnosed with homocystinuria in 1963. And that was just a few years after Dr. Guthrie developed the assay for PKU. So I was 4 years old at the time, and my 6-year-old sister was considered to have developmental issues, but she also had severe nearsightedness and displaced lenses. Well, my family was very lucky that the ophthalmologist they took her to had just read in a journal that there was this newly characterized disease called homocystinuria, where patients can first present with these ophthalmic issues. So he referred my parents to Children's Hospital in Buffalo, which led to both my 6-year-old sister and my 2-year-old sister being diagnosed. So we had a diagnosis, but there was little knowledge on how to treat the disease. There were no treatments available, and some of the clinical sequelae had already set in. You know, it's possible as my sisters were treated by Dr. Warner that I sat in the same waiting room as I went along on some of those visits with Dr. Guthrie and his son. Well, unfortunately, my sisters both passed away about 8 years after diagnosis, one from a stroke and the other from a pulmonary embolism. So I saw firsthand how rare diseases can affect patients and families and have dire consequences. Well, we are very fortunate that based upon Dr. Guthrie's work, testing is standard today for homocystinuria and at least 35 conditions that are on the recommended panel, with another 26 secondary conditions. But there are over 7,000 rare diseases. So many patients with these genetic rare diseases never get diagnosed until they have clinical issues, in some cases, very dire consequences. And many families go through what's called a diagnostic odyssey that can take up to 3 to 5 years to diagnose many of these conditions. So I have with me on the panel today 3 members of the rare genetic disease community, each with a different story, each who can give you a perspective on how newborn screening has affected their condition and their lives. So I'm now pleased to introduce Stacy Kasperzak, who is a mother of a PKU patient in the Buffalo area.
Hi, I'm Stacy Kasperzak, and I'm from Buffalo, New York. When I was pregnant, I did all of the precautionary tests because I assumed that anything that may be wrong would be detected from that. When everything came back good, I thought that we were in the clear. I had so many friends that were having babies at the same time that I was, and I didn't hear anyone talk about the test that happens once the baby was born. This is the test that more people should be talking about, the one that you should not be kept in the dark about. I remember after giving birth, they took my daughter Nora and did what was called the heel prick test. I didn't know anything about what they were testing for. I just knew that it was something that was required, and they brought Nora right back to us. I honestly didn't think much about this, and we had gone home 2 days later. On the 3rd day of being home, the director of Children's had called me and let us know that one of Nora's tests had come back abnormal. She was tested for something called PKU, and she had to be retested to confirm that she did in fact have PKU. The one thing they had said was not to Google it. However, that is the only thing I can recall doing when I got off the phone was Googling exactly what PKU was. The stories that I read about PKU and not being treated or it being detected at birth were not something that anyone should read, especially a new mom. For the past 6 years, I just keep thinking about how wonderful it would be to get a diagnosis and also be told that there's a cure. It's something I will never stop fighting for, and it's something I will do everything I can to eventually have every parent be told that. However, because of the newborn screening and my daughter being diagnosed at birth, I have a healthy, smart, perfect 6-year-old, and she just happens to have PKU. I do not have to worry about the stories that I read online about having an undiagnosed PKU child. I'm so grateful to Dr. Guthrie for making this happen.
I'd now like to introduce Elizabeth Carter, a mother of a young boy in South Carolina who has classical homocystinuria that was missed by newborn screening at birth.
Elliot's journey to diagnosis with homocystinuria began a few summers back. Elliot was 2.5 years old, and we had been on a family vacation at the beach. When we got home from the beach, Elliot became very sick, and I thought, he's got a normal virus and it'll run its course. So I kept an eye on him, and a few days go by and Elliot's just not getting better. And I started to get really concerned that something was very wrong. So I took Elliot to the ER and asked doctors to run every test possible. I said, we cannot go home until we know what's going on with Elliot. So after a very long night and a lot of tests run, doctors determined that Elliot had been having seizures pretty much around the clock, and that was what was making him sick. And so we were put on the ICU floor, where we stayed for 29 days. And in the first few days, doctors put Elliot into a coma so that they could try to stop the seizure activity. Once they woke him up, they determined that the seizures were actually a result of pretty extensive clotting throughout the brain. And doctors sat us down at that point and said, we may never know what's going on with Elliot. And you need to know that we could lose him to this. It's very, very serious. And so a few weeks go by and we get a phone call, and a doctor had run a panel of blood tests, and a doctor noticed that his homocysteine level was extremely high, well above the normal range. And he told us, we think that Elliot has something called homocystinuria. And from there, we jumped into a new lifestyle. We radically changed Elliot's diet. We began, learning how to give him his formula, all of his medications, and we noticed a pretty quick turnaround with Elliot in a short amount of time. And from there, Elliot was followed by neurology, neurosurgery, hematology, ophthalmology, his dietitian and geneticist, and he was put into physical and occupational therapy. So even though we had a diagnosis and we had a game plan, it was still a long journey to recovery for Elliot. In fact, after the fact, we got home from the hospital, I requested Elliot's newborn screening results. And on his result, I noticed that his homocysteine level was 44.46, which is well above the normal range, but unfortunately still under the cutoff in South Carolina that was 65. So, I can't help but think how things could have been different for Elliot and our family had we known at birth that Elliot had this rare disease. We could have avoided a lot of pain and suffering. But I do want to say thank you to Dr. Guthrie for developing this incredible life-saving tool. And I hope that another hero emerges that develops a more sensitive test for HCU so that babies like my Elliot get detected at birth and don't have to go through the suffering that we did.
I'd now like to introduce Ben Lewis, who is a 30-year-old patient in the Boston area with classical homocystinuria that was diagnosed at birth.
Hi, my name is Ben Lewis. I'm a patient with homocystinuria who was actually diagnosed at birth via the newborn screening program. At the time, I lived in Massachusetts, one of the states at that point in the early 90s that was testing for homocystinuria or HCU. And I was the firstborn in my family, and the first known to have this disorder. So newborn screening has played a really important role in my life and in my family's life because of that. My parents, because of the news of my diagnosis and it being a new thing in the family, were blindsided and uncertain of the implications and the outcomes. And fortunately, because of the newborn screening diagnosis, we were able to fairly quickly get connected with one of the leading specialists at the time in HCU and metabolic disorders, Dr. Mariam Pola. She, for the first 13 or so years of my life was, a second mom, guided me through, and my family through the diagnosis and, through treatment of the disorder, and really ended up being one of a number of amazing specialists that I've worked with over my lifetime to help manage the diagnosis and my diet and the treatments that I've been taking, including actually Dr. Harvey Levy, who I know spoke earlier at the symposium. All of them have worked with me to manage the disease and make sure that I can live a healthy life and have assured me and my family over that time after getting an early diagnosis that it'd be possible to live a normal life with proper management. For HCU patients, management of the disorder typically consists of a protein restricted diet and medical formulas to get supplemental nutrition, and that's generally over the lifetime of your lifetime as a patient. There's a few great developments happening now around new treatments. In fact, I myself am part of a clinical trial for a drug from a company called Travere, which is looking to act as an enzyme replacement therapy for the disorder. So that management strategy could change in the near future. Maybe folks like myself with HCU have new ways to manage the disease. But yeah, really, I think that the main thing for me is that I'm fortunate enough to have gotten diagnosed via the newborn screening program, played a really important role in my life, making sure I got access to treatment, from pretty much from birth. And it was really been great over my lifetime to see that program expand. And particularly given HCU wasn't in every state when I was born, for that particular part of the test to make its way to other states has been really a good thing to see happen. And looking forward to the panel. Just want to thank Dr. Guthrie for his contributions. Obviously, like I said, the program has played a really important role in my life, and looking forward to talking more about it and my experience as a patient in the next few minutes.
So thank you, Stacy, Ben, and Elizabeth, for sharing your stories and your perspectives. I'd now like to start the panel discussion. First question for Ben and Stacy. Can you imagine for a moment how your lives would have been different if newborn screening were not available for your condition or your daughter's condition? Based upon what you have heard from other patients and families, how might your life have changed? Let's start with Ben.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Margie. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be very different. I mentioned, I think in my intro that, I was fortunate enough to be caught in the newborn screening program in Massachusetts. I think if I remember correctly, I was just over the threshold. So I was probably pretty lucky to have even been caught at that time. But I was, and then I saw some amazing specialists over my lifetime, and I continue to see amazing specialists over my lifetime that have helped me, successfully manage the disorder. I think, if that were all different, based on what I've seen, there are unfortunately, just really tragic complications and some pretty unfortunate outcomes that could have come about. Or, in that case, I think it sounds maybe a little bit backwards, but hopefully one of those potential complications, a clot or something of that kind, wouldn't have been severe enough to cause sort of debilitation or death, and that would have been, I think that's typically how folks who are not caught as part of the newborn screening program are find out that they have that they have HCU. So I think definitely very different. I feel very fortunate to that the program was testing for HCU at Massachusetts at the time, and that I've seen some really sort of life-changing folks over my lifespan that have helped me manage the disorder.
Thanks, Ben. And Stacy, how might life have been different for your daughter and the rest of your family had newborn screening not detected her PKU?
Yeah, I can't even imagine how different my life would be, and Nora's as well. I had mentioned that reading all of the different information on Google when we had first gotten the diagnosis was extremely scary. And part of that is that if Nora hadn't been detected with the newborn screening, she would have severe mental implications right now. And that would look differently for us right now with schooling and everyday life. And it would just change who we are as a family and who she is as a person so much that I really can't wrap my head around the thought of it not have been caught at the newborn screening.
Thanks, Stacy. And Elizabeth, in your case, it's not a hypothetical, as your son was missed by a test that existed. Now, as you know, in some states, the cutoff that is used for this disease is higher than ideal. And that's to avoid false negatives that require follow-up, which is costly at the system and also creates a lot of anxiety for families. But as you know, a two-tier process was designed by Mayo Clinic over 15 years ago for this disorder, and that can increase the likelihood of detection, but it's only been adopted by 5 or 6 states. A major obstacle is resources, as newborn screening is not well funded by most states. So Elizabeth, how do you as a parent of a child who was missed by newborn screening feel about that fact?
Well, you're right, Margie. In our case, Elliot, my son, was right under the threshold, and he went undetected at birth. And so for 2.5 years, we had no idea that our son had this rare disease. So, I do feel certain that if there had been a more thorough follow-up with the screening, that we could have avoided a lot of what we went through with Elliot in terms of him getting sick and searching for a diagnosis.
Yep, absolutely. I would have had a much easier time. So Ben, as you know, there are many other rare diseases that do not have a newborn screening test, or it may exist, but it's not implemented in every state. Again, a major reason is that the system can only support so many diseases based upon funding and overall resources. What is your perspective on that? Is that fair?
I mean, no. Again, as I mentioned earlier, my understanding is that back when I was born, it was the case that not all 50 states tested for HCU, and certainly I don't think I would have considered it very fair to have been born in one of those states that was not testing at the time and had having to then had to have gone through a much different experience. So I certainly testing for thousands of diseases will be a challenge, but hopefully it's something that the proper folks put attention on. I mean, clearly we've already we're early in the panel, but I've already talked about the benefits of getting caught and screened through the newborn screening program and what that can do to change folks the quality of life and the fact that they get to avoid terrible consequences or just difficult experiences with the medical field. So yeah, I think it doesn't seem very fair for there to be such a small number that have been put into the program, and there's so many more that haven't quite yet.
Thanks, Ben. Stacy, as you know, some diseases are not tested for because there's no therapy available to treat that disease. So some experts say, why bring on the anxiety for that family when there's nothing they can do? As a parent of a child with rare disease, If there were no treatment available for PKU when your daughter was born, would you want to have known that she had the disease?
I personally would. And just because I know as myself, I'm always comparing my child to, other children of the same age. And if they weren't hitting those milestones and she wasn't excelling the same as another child was, I would always wonder why. And if I had that diagnosis and knew why she wasn't doing certain things, I think it would be easier than struggling to always understand why she wasn't hitting the same milestones as children her age are.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Elizabeth, do you have anything to add?
I agree. I absolutely would want to know, even if there were no treatment, that, what rare disease my child had, because knowledge is power. I mean, even though, maybe at the time there weren't anything that, would treat the illness, learning more and seeking information would be my first step. So yeah, I would absolutely want to know.
Yeah, that's a great point, Elizabeth. And in fact, there are several examples of parents finding out their child had a rare genetic disease for which there was no treatment, and they did something about it. They raised funding, they got foundations set up, they gave grants, and treatments have gotten to market. And a great example of that is Myozyme for Pompe disease, because the father of two children with Pompe's disease made that happen. So I agree with both of you. So let's go on to Ben. There's been a lot of progress on genomic sequencing, or let's call it genetic screening, which could potentially detect almost all rare diseases at birth. But it would clearly be more expensive, both for the testing and the follow-up that would be needed for all of the patients and families after the disease was detected. Should genetic screening be implemented, and who should pay for it?
It's a good question. I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, I think the newborn screening program, it's been around for quite a while, and while it clearly needs to be expanded, like to me, it seems to have some, efficiency to it the way it is today. Now, again, there's room for improvement, but I kind of get the sense that it, it can be effective if continued funding and resources improvements go into it. I will say it's an interesting question from my perspective, because it's a little bit different, but my youngest sister, Gabrielle, was actually, I believe, the first baby to be diagnosed with HCU via amniocentesis. And so we have a little bit of experience with, in our family, with getting a diagnosis in not necessarily from newborn screening, but from other methods. And I think that was helpful for our family to know that, she was going to be born with HCU, before we reached that point. Even with newborn screening, I understand there to be a bit of a delay, between when you have the test and when the results come back. So clearly there's some issues with that. So I think, other methods that, give advance notice and allow parents to get connected with the right specialists and be prepared, to have a child that will have a rare disease. Certainly, I think there's advantages to that as well. So I don't know if I have a clear answer one way or the other, but certainly I think, the more programs we have that can help folks get early diagnosis are great things to have out there.
Right. And Elizabeth, as you know, lack of funding prevented your son perhaps from getting diagnosed because they didn't have a low enough cutoff. And lack of funding could prevent genomic sequencing from happening. How do you feel about that?
So yeah, I definitely agree that funding is a huge obstacle to making improvements in this current system. But, I can't help but think about all of the specialists that my son had to see that continue to follow him after his diagnosis. We're followed by neurosurgery, neurology, hematology, Elliot's geneticist, his dietitian. He does occupational and physical therapy along with his regular pediatrician. So that's a lot of expense on the back end when children go undiagnosed through the newborn screening tool. So, I think that while, I know that it would be a huge expense financially, a huge allocation of funding, it would seemingly be worth it on the front end, because you would avoid a lot of having to seek treatments and therapies and all that on the back end.
Yeah, that's a great point, Elizabeth. Stacy, you're aware that treatments are available for only about 5% of the over 7,000 rare diseases known today. Do you think the government or other players should be doing more? And who should pay for this research? And how should patient advocacy groups get involved and play a role?
I do. I definitely think that in every scenario and all of the tests that are on the newborn screening or any rare disease that's out there, there should be more research and there should be more people working on cures or treatments for them. I know that I'm part of a PKU group, and we're always doing different fundraising opportunities to find new research and to find new, find a cure inevitably for PKU. And so it's hard to say that the government or, that should be covered by them. I think all of the advocacy groups would definitely need to play a large role in getting that funding as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In our group for HCU, we helped fund a proof of concept study in mice for enzyme replacement therapy. And that then was licensed in by a biotech, and it's finishing phase 1/2. So it's a great example of how once that information is available, patient advocates can really get involved and help make things happen.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Yeah. So thanks to each of you for sharing your story and for being advocates for your rare genetic disease or your daughters, as well as sons, as well as for all rare disease patients, because I know the community coalesces and comes together and supports each other. It's clear that newborn screening is critical, and it should be done across as many diseases as is possible. The tests have to be accurate. We have to avoid false positives and negatives to the greatest extent possible. Our healthcare system has to prioritize funding for newborn screening. And of course, we must prioritize research to enable treatments for all rare diseases. So Dr. Guthrie deserves all of our gratitude for making such a major impact and helping so many rare disease patients and their families. And we know many of you participating in today's symposium are the modern day heroes who are building on Dr. Guthrie's legacy, and you're committed to helping as many rare genetic disease patients get diagnosed as early as possible and get treated as effectively as possible. And for that, on behalf of the rare disease community, we extend our gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, Stacy, Ben.
Thank you for sharing the story with us. And obviously we have working harder to provide the care and the treatment for this group patient. So we're going to take a break, and then after break, 10 o'clock we'll come back. That Steve Lipshaw will chair the next section. Thank you again for the wonderful talk for all the speakers this morning. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
Thanks, everybody. Welcome back after our break. Really excited to get into our next session. Our first speaker of this session is Michelle Cagna from the New York State Lab, who will speak on the current status of newborn screening in New York. Michelle is the Deputy Director of the Division of Genetics, the Chief of the Laboratory of Human Genetics, and the Director of the Newborn Screening Program at the New York State Laboratory known as the Wadsworth Center. Dr. Cagna joined the Wadsworth Center in 1996 after receiving her doctorate degree from the Harvard School of Public Health and completing postdoctoral work in molecular virology at the Wadsworth Center and clinical molecular genetics at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. The New York Newborn Screening Program was charged with testing for PKU back in 1965, putting it in perspective with the wonderful talk we heard earlier from Dr. Levy. Recently, the program had been testing specimens from more than 275,000 infants for 45 disorders, administering 12 million test results annually. The New York program was at that time unique in that it screened for Krabbe disease and HIV exposure and was the first to screen for sickle cell disease beginning back in 1975. Newborn screening has expanded drastically in recent years. Michelle's program now screens for more than 50 conditions. Since being the first in the country to add Krabbe disease in 2006, her lab has added 6 additional conditions. Her lab was the first in the country to add screening for adrenoleukodystrophy and GAMT deficiency. In addition, her lab was the 4th in the country to add testing for severe combined immunodeficiencies, 2nd to add universal screening for Pompe disease. In 2018, her lab also added screening for spinal muscular atrophy and mucopolysaccharidosis type 1. The labs receive funding from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Health Resources Service Administration, the NICHD, the Association of Public Health Laboratories, from whom she received their Lifetime Achievement Award to improve screening and investigate the addition of new conditions to the panel. Such studies include consented pilots for spinal muscular atrophy, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and a new pilot to examine 13 additional conditions. The Newborn Screening Molecular Laboratory performs second-tier molecular testing of newborns for CF, galactosemia, MCAD deficiency, and Pompe disease, adrenoleukodystrophy, MPS 1, and GAMT in order to rule in a positive diagnosis. Several other molecular tests are currently under development, including custom newborn screening, next generation sequencing panel. So it's with great pleasure that I'd like to have Michelle Cagna talk about the current status of newborn screening in New York. Welcome, thanks.
Good morning. I want to thank Dr. Wong and the organizers for inviting me to speak at this symposium today in honor of Bob Guthrie's 105th birthday. I've been asked to talk to you about the current state of newborn screening in New York, and I'm going to talk a bit about the program. I'm going to talk about how we improved the test to make it more specific, and then I'll talk about a couple of pilot studies that we are conducting. The first thing I want you to appreciate is that newborn screening is a system. We're all focused on the baby in the middle, shown in orange on this diagram. A lot of people refer to newborn screening as just a lab test. However, I hope you can appreciate from this figure that it is a system and there are many, many moving parts. And I hope you can also appreciate that when one part of this diagram is perturbed or changes, it impacts all of the other parts of the system. And so when one makes any change to newborn screening, one has to take into account all of these partners that are involved. I wanted to talk a little bit about newborn screening in New York State. Currently, we screen for about 50 conditions, and all but 2 are genetic. The 2 that are not genetic are HIV exposure and congenital hypothyroidism. Most of the genetic conditions are autosomal recessive. However, we do have one X-linked recessive condition, adrenoleukodystrophy. Most of the conditions that are on our panel currently have been added by regulatory amendment. 2 of them, HIV exposure and adrenal leukodystrophy, have been added by legislation. It's important that I mention that our program has a strong research component. Most of our lab sections, all of our lab sections, are headed by either PhD or MD scientists. And so we always have an eye towards either expanding the program or making the program better. We have a strong influence on expanding technology and uptaking newer technologies. And in the newborn screening community, we're known as an early adopter, which essentially means that when a new condition is recommended to be added to the screening panel nationally, we usually add that condition relatively quickly after that recommendation. We have been able to get funding from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Health Resources and Services Administration, and the Association of Public Health Laboratories to either make newborn screening better or expand our program. We have gotten funding in various ways over the years to do pilot studies, and that allows us to evaluate new conditions and to determine the feasibility for adding it to the mandated screening panel. Because of our work with pilot studies, we also closely work with the Federal Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders in Newborns and Children. And this federal committee is the one that makes recommendations to amend the panel nationally. And because we've done pilot studies, we've actually been able to share our data as part of the evidence review for new conditions. This is a copy of our blood collection form. It's also called the MCH3 form. It's called the Guthrie card, and it's also called the PKU slip. And I just want people to realize that while PKU was the great beginning for newborn screening, now newborn screening is much more. And sometimes providers call asking for PKU results, and our staff have to remember to give the whole newborn screen result and not just the PKU result. So we really like people to get away from calling it a PKU slip. But this demographic card has information about the baby, which helps us to evaluate the test results. It also has contact information for the mother and also the baby's pediatrician of record. 5 drops of blood are applied to the card here at the bottom. And then mom gets this pink copy, and that copy has a 9-digit lab ID form. And that lab ID enables us to find the baby in our system and allows the provider to get the baby's results from the health commerce system in New York State. It also has some information about the program. The green copy is for the hospital to keep. And in the old days, it was put into the baby's file, but now it's either scanned into the EHR or it's noted as proof that the baby's specimen was collected by the birth hospital or midwife. This is a picture of our brochure, which is given out to parents prior to discharge when the newborn screen is collected. And it has information about the program, it has our contact information, and answers a lot of basic questions about newborn screening. We have pictured here 9 different languages, and we also now have a version available in Bengali. So we have 10 languages available for babies whose parents do not speak English. And we are in the process of getting a translation done in Yiddish for this year, and next year we're adding Polish and Arabic. And this meets the requirements to have materials from public health programs translated so that families can understand what we're all about. When a baby screens positive for any of the conditions, they are referred to what we call specialty care centers. And the specialty care centers are shown here, and they're mostly focused on the larger cities across the state. So Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany, the Westchester area, and then downstate, the city and Long Island. We have directors at each of the specialty care centers who are specialists in their area. So we have the inherited metabolic disease, we have SCID and neuromuscular, CF, endocrine, and hemoglobinopathy. So babies are referred to the provider that's nearest the birth hospital and in the specialty for which the baby screened positive. Our notification is done by our follow-up unit, and they communicate with the specialty care center and the primary care physician and the hospital of birth to let them know the results. And they reach the PCP and the specialist by phone, fax, and in some cases encrypted email in order to make sure that the medical community out there knows that a baby screened positive. So New York State has always been ahead of the curve regarding newborn screening. Even though newborn screening got its birth here, we were the 4th overall to begin screening in 1965. Oregon, Delaware, and Massachusetts started earlier. But we were also first in many ways. We were first to screen all infants for hemoglobinopathies in 1975. We were the first to screen all infants for HIV exposure in 97. The first to screen all infants for Krabbe disease in 06, and related to that, we were the first state to perform full gene sequence analysis as part of the newborn screen, and that was part of the Krabbe screening algorithm. We were also first to screen all babies in the state for adrenal leukodystrophy, and we were 4th for SCID and for SCID, yes, and we were 2nd to screen for Pompe and guanidino acetate methyltransferase deficiency. So we're pretty rapid adopters, as I said earlier adopters. I wanted to take some time to talk about how we've worked to make screening better, and I'm going to use cystic fibrosis as an illustrative case. So New York State began screening for CF back in October of 2002. The first tier assay that we do is immunoreactive trypsin. It's an immunoassay and it detects the immunoreactive trypsinogen. The algorithm started out back in 2002 with the top 5% of specimens that have the highest IRT value go on to a DNA panel test. And at the time that we began, there weren't many products available that included a panel of variants that could be done on a newborn screening specimen. And so we started off with a 32 variant panel, and we used a PCR OLA technique. Because we have a pan-ethnic population and babies can have CF, albeit at varying levels of frequency, we decided early on that any baby that had 1 variant, 2 variants, and babies who had very high IRT, which is calculated as the top 0.2% after the 1 and 2 variant babies were removed, would be recommended or referred out for a sweat test. And that's how we began up until 2017. In 2014, we changed it a little bit. So we took that very high IRT category, and instead of calculating 0.2% daily, we calculated the 0.1% on a rolling 10-day average of IRT values. And so that normalized the IRT level of babies that were referred for sweat test. We kept on with that until December of 2017. And in the interim, we had switched our DNA variant panel to the Illuminex panel. We still took the top 5% of specimens with an IRT value that was elevated, and then we subjected it to a second test, the Illuminex panel. Any baby that was scored either a 1 variant, a 2 variant, or again, that 0.1% of very high IRTs with the 10-day average was then subjected to a second laboratory test, which was a clinical sequencing assay of the CFTR gene. Because now we were interrogating the entire CFTR gene, we decided that it was possible now to only refer babies who had 2 variants scored. And those variants were either pathogenic, likely pathogenic, or a variant of uncertain significance. And it was only with those 2 variant babies where we would make the referral for a sweat test. We used that successfully for a while, and then we changed the technology again to a more customizable platform. And so once again, we start off with the immunoassay for immunoreactive trypsinogen. Any baby in the top 5% then goes to what we call the ArcherDX variantplex test. Essentially, the entire CFTR gene is sequenced, but we only look at 338 variants. Any baby who has 1 or 2 variants or very high IRT after unblinding for those 338 variants then gets the entire gene looked at and also assessed for deletions and duplications. And then once again, we take any baby who has 2 variants detected in this now 2-tier molecular test, but really 1 test with 2 different bioinformatic looks, and refer them for a sweat test. So I have some side-by-sides of the different tests that we use. So IRT, again, is that first tier. tier 2 here on the left, which we used for about a year and a half, is the Luminex test. Is an actual lab test that looks at 39 variants, and it includes the ACMG recommended and the 16 common other variants in the US. And that content is fixed. That panel can't be customized. With the Archer DX now, we interrogate not 39, but 338 variants. And you can see that 311 are deemed as CF causing by CFTR2. 4 are New York State variants that we found in babies who have sweat positive. And then obviously the 23 ACMG variants are included in that as well. And this platform is customizable. So if a new version of CFTR2 comes out, we can change our first tier look and change it from 338 to some other number, whether it be higher or lower. When you look at the tier 3 test, again, in the blue, that was after we did the variant Luminex panel. And you can see here, again, because it was an FDA approved assay, the regions analyzed are fixed. We could not customize it at all. We can detect point mutations in small indels like any sequencing test, and the regions here are shown, and also included calls for the intron 8 poly TGT. The FDA approved test looked at 2 large deletions. The IRT DNA seq we're currently using, again, is customizable, can pick up point mutations in indels just like any other sequencing test, has the 27 exons and intron boundaries covered, and we look at 6 deep intronic regions. And we also can pick up the intron 8 poly TGT. And with that reflex, we can look at larger exon deletions and duplications. And we also get read depth analysis from this as well. So the next slide shows you the impact that this has had on referrals. We began, this is all of the data from 2002 when we first began screening up through April 21st of 2021. And the top is the number of CF referrals. And you can see here how we had these huge number of referrals up until about 2013 and 2014 when we started to look at changing that algorithm, and then they dropped. And then again, they dropped at 2017 to present. So many, many fewer families are being impacted by a positive screen for CF now. The bottom panel shows the actual diagnoses, again, across the entire history of screening for CF. And you can see that the number of diagnoses has remained relatively constant over time. And so, again, many fewer families are impacted. And this slide shows the sensitivity of the various panels in the New York State CF population. And you can appreciate that with a higher number of variants interrogated, we increase the sensitivity, and we have far fewer babies that have no variants detected. So in conclusion for this piece, one thing that this does is give a molecular diagnosis at screening, especially for very well-known variants. And so the provider has that information in hand. Variant interpretation can be complicated. We typically do find novel variants that haven't been reported or not in CFTR2, and we have to do an assessment using ACMG criteria to make a determination on what we would call that, whether it's a pathogenic, likely pathogenic, or a variant of uncertain significance. The benefit of this is that it's actually reduced the number of referrals by 80% and increased the positive predictive value of screening by more than 5-fold. Using this type of assay, though, we do see an increase in the proportion of cases where babies either have 2 variants and are sweat intermediate. And there's a category called either CF-SPID or CRMS. CF-SPID stands for cystic fibrosis screen positive inconclusive diagnosis. And CRMS stands for cystic fibrosis related metabolic syndrome. We know from some studies that about 5 to 10% of babies or children who have this as a sort of categorization will move on to develop classical CF symptoms. And so we're trying to figure out how we can determine which babies will move on to full CF and would be of real clinical concern, and which babies could be perfectly normal for a long period of time. So that's work that's ongoing. Using next-gen sequencing, the lab turnaround time is delayed, but that is actually not impacting the time to diagnosis. And I don't have time to show you that data, but suffice it to say that even though it takes longer for us to report out the result, There is a reduction in loss to follow-up because the specialists can really focus their efforts on getting those 2 variant babies in for a sweat test rather than all of those false positive screens that we used to have to refer because of the technology that we had available at the time. The next thing I want to talk about is spinal muscular atrophy, which is one of the newer conditions that we've added. We're getting close to 3 years worth of screening for this. Spinal muscular atrophy has a published frequency of about 1 in 6,000. And there are 4 types, with type 1 being the most severe. The disease is most often caused by a homozygous deletion of the SMN1 gene, which is the survival motor neuron 1. And the severity is dictated by the number of copies of SMN2, which is very, very closely related to the SMN1 gene. Just a few years ago, SMA was not really treatable. It was palliative treatment. In December of 2016, Spinraza was approved as the first therapy to treat SMA. Zolgensma was approved in May of 2019. And a third drug, which is an oral medication, was approved from Genentech, was approved in May of 2020. Spinraza is administered by an intrathecal injection, and it's given as a couple of loading doses and then a quarterly injection. And Zolgensma is a gene therapy, so typically a one and done type of treatment. Screening for SMN1 for the homozygous deletion was added to the RUSP in February of 2018. And the advisory committee was very careful in saying that we were only going to be able to detect the homozygous deletion. We would not be able to detect the small proportion of infants who might have 2 point mutations in SMN1 or 1 deletion and a point mutation on the other chromosome. So New York State began universal screening on October 1st, 2018. Prior to that, about 2 years and a half or so, we screened in a consented pilot study in collaboration with Dr. Wendy Chung at Columbia. The assay that we use now for universal screening is a real-time qPCR assay, and that's multiplexed with screening for TREX, which is for severe combined immunodeficiency. And so we were able to include the test for SMN1 homozygous deletion with the TREC assay for SCID. Any baby that screens positive on the SMN1 TREC multiplex is then broken out and retested, looking only at the SMN1 deletion. Any baby that is homozygous deleted for that gene then will their specimen will be subjected to SMN2 copy number testing. And that assay we originally started by doing qPCR, but we have since moved on to droplet digital PCR. And using ddPCR allows us to quantify up to 5 copies of SMN2. And so we're able to report that out and give the provider information at the time of the referral. So looking at the numbers, we've screened about a little over 571,000 infants up through the end of May. We've confirmed 31 infants with SMA, and the incidence rate in New York is about 1 in 18,400. And so our incidence in New York is a little bit higher than was expected. And if you look across the country at state screening, it really is almost like a bell curve of incidence rates. So this data is reported through a pilot study call fairly frequently, monthly. When we look at the SMA case breakdown and treatment decisions, on the left here is the SMN2 copy number, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Over half of the babies that we have detected have 2 SMN2 copies and thus are expected to be severely affected. We have 9 babies, almost 30%, that have 3 copies of SMN2. And again, these infants would be expected to be affected relatively early. When we originally were thinking about screening and when it was being discussed nationally, people were wondering whether there was a much larger number of 4 and 5 SMN2 copy kids out there that we would pick up on screening. But so far that hasn't been the case. There's fairly low numbers of the cases have 4 or 5 copies of SMN2. When you look here on the right, I have the different treatments that the families have chosen. Some of them might be Spinraza only because they have antibody to the viral vector that carries the gene therapy. They couldn't maybe get coverage for the gene therapy, but could get Spinraza coverage. So individual decisions on treatment for those kids. We have 19, almost 20 that are on Zolgensma. We have one infant who's actually being seen at the Clinic for Special Children down in Pennsylvania, and they are planning on getting this baby started on Zolgensma. But if that isn't the case, if the baby does have antibodies, they will begin the baby on Spinraza. And this slide just shows you the treatment decisions by SMN2 copy number. So you can see here on the top the various copy numbers. And again, the vast majority of the SMN2 copy numbers have gone for Zolgensma, and we have a couple combined in Spinraza. Next, I wanted to talk about a pilot study that we've been conducting on Duchenne. It's a consented pilot study at Northwell Health and the New York Presbyterian Birth Hospitals. We have a brochure that's given out to families, and we're working with the Newborn Screening and Translational Research Network for some follow-up on kids who actually end up with a diagnosis of Duchenne. We were able to still enroll during COVID. We went to a remote enrollment where families were called after discharge. And now we're back to a hybrid model, which includes on-site recruiters as well as remote enrollment for families that get missed. The pilot is running from October 1, 2019 through at least the end of September 2021. This is just looking at the kind of demographics of the screened population. Number of specimens, almost 30,600. Babies, that translates to 28,142, roughly equal male and female. And then most of our specimens are collected between 24 and 47 hours, and most of them are normal birth weight. We've referred 30 infants, which is about 1 in 938 babies screened. The breakdown is roughly 50-50, and age of collection here is shown. Again, most are normal birth weight, and the CKMM values are based on the baby's age at the time of collection. So in the typical collection range of up to 72 hours, that cutoff is about 4,000. We also have babies that have borderline results. Since this was a new test for us, we established a borderline category. And a lot of the babies that are getting borderline results for CKMM have borderline results for some of the other conditions. And so this number is somewhat high, but a lot of these tend to be babies that were born early and that sort of thing. This slide shows the number of CKMM values of the entire population, and I have here sort of that 4,000 mark for the majority of normal babies, normal collection times, and you can see here all of our referrals above the line, and the vast majority of babies are below. Of the referred infants, we've had 5 that have come back with a molecular result. So the assay is a creatine kinase muscle isoform. It's an immunoassay test that's run on the same type of equipment that we use for cystic fibrosis first tier, for hypothyroidism, and for congenital hyperplasia. And here we see that there are 4 male babies who have either pathogenic or likely pathogenic variants and likely have Duchenne that we've detected. And we've also detected 1 female carrier for Duchenne in that group. The other babies I don't have time to describe, but after the Duchenne CKMM, they do a DMD sequencing and VEL-DUP analysis, and then families are offered an extended neuromuscular panel after the fact for if they are negative for Duchenne. And we haven't had, I don't think we've had any classic diagnoses of other neuromuscular diseases, which has been kind of interesting. We have found variants in those genes, but they're all still pending basically final evaluation. This project really took a village. It's funded by PPMD, Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy, through some funding from pharma. And we have our New York State group. We have a steering committee for this project, the PPMD staff, Northwell, Columbia Presbyterian. And Annie was originally with PPMD when this started. She's now at Every Life Foundation. And then the folks that are from the ACMG and the Newborn Screening Translational Research Network. And I'd like to close with just a little bit about our newest pilot study. Dr. Joe Orsini is the principal investigator here at the newborn screening program in New York. This PI is Dr. Melissa Wasserstein, and this is a study that is funded by the NICHD, and it's also with some split funding from pharma. It's set up as a consented pilot study. It's a research study, and not only are we looking at the suitability of disorders and how well the tests work, but we're also looking at long-term follow-up for babies who get a diagnosis for one of these 14 conditions. And it also has an LC component as well. So previously, Melissa Wasserstein, Dr. Wasserstein, was awarded a grant from NICHD and looked at a small panel of lysosomal storage diseases. And it ran from 2012 through 2017 with the first year more infrastructure building and that sort of thing. And it was also an identified consented prospective program where families who had babies who screened positive were followed up by Dr. Wasserstein and her staff. The percentage of participants when the recruiters actually met the family was 86%. And the overall consent rate was about 73%, and that included the days when there was no recruitment. You know, a recruiter wasn't available because of weekends or after hours and that sort of thing. They did have a drop box that families could ask for the screening, even in the absence of a recruiter. And they detected basically a large number of later onset phenotypes, and this has been published in the Genetics and Medicine. So the overarching goals of this study is to evaluate the analytic and clinical validity of these new screening assays to determine the appropriate cutoff values for referral and figure out what the incidence of the disease is. And also to define what that phenotype looks like. But the idea is like, can we make these screens work? The other goal is to determine the impact of newborn screening on the phenotype by looking at long-term follow-up in the positive infants, and then to look at these LC issues through a series of surveys. This is a list of all of the conditions on this panel, and there's 14 different ones. A lot of them are mucopolysaccharidoses. And the idea is a question to be answered here. To qualify, it has to be a multiplexable dried blood spot screening assay. Obviously, it has to be reasonably well priced. And there has to be some validation studies. The conditions have to have significant morbidity and mortality. There has to be a pediatric phenotype and an FDA-approved treatment or a clinical trial. So this lists the first, second, and third tiers for these various conditions. And again, a lot of this is to look at how well these tests behave and how they can be used in an accurate way to find babies who have these conditions. And the long-term follow-up really has been a lot of work on developing data collection forms for each of these conditions. And this is work that's been done with the MDS TRN, who has a module called the Longitudinal Pediatric Data Resource Team, which is a REDCap type database. REDCap is also used to track consent. And this will dictate how well babies do after they have one of the diagnoses for these conditions. I will mention that we had a baby who we knew had CTX prenatally, and the baby screened positive on our assay. And then also we found DNA variants in the CTX gene as well. The LC surveys are shown here. So first of all, it's just a question about how well the informed consent process worked. And then downstream, there's thoughts about newborn screening. What was the experience of babies who actually had a true diagnosis and babies who had an uncertain diagnosis. And so this work has just begun, and stay tuned. We'll have, I'm sure, more to talk about in the future. This is just an acknowledgement slide of all of the folks within the newborn screening program who have made this, all that I've presented to you, possible. And a lot of this work was done with funding. So I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to the panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle, for that really informative and helpful talk. I'd now like to move on to our next speaker. I had the distinct privilege of following Dr. Rodney Howell as the chair of pediatrics at the University of Miami in 2003. Those were big shoes to fill. During Dr. Howell's time as chair in Miami, he and his colleagues secured the funding to build the Batchelor Children's Research Institute that I later directed. Further, he helped lead the development of the Hussman Institute for Human Genomics that wound up recruiting the Duke Genetics Institute team to Miami. During my time in Miami, I was always so impressed on how successful Dr. Howell was at clearly leading the country as the founding chair of the congressionally mandated Secretary's Advisory Committee on Heritable Disorders of Newborns and Children, as well as being so effective as the advisor to the NICHD director. In my opinion, Dr. Howell's pioneering work has benefited countless infants and children around the world who remain alive and with a better quality of life due to his skill at advancing the genetic and genomic medicine agenda to improve global public health as the advisor to the Secretary of Health and Human Services on genetic testing and screening in newborns and children to diagnose, again, potentially harmful conditions. Dr. Howell has also been recognized with the 2019 International Society for Newborn Screening Robert Guthrie Award, a name we've heard a lot today, and many other major awards in his field. He's shown leadership in his own scientific and medical communities. In the 1980s, he was chairman of the American Society of Human Genetics Genetic Services Committee. He was later president of the American College of Medical Genetics and Genomics Foundation. For these achievements and others, Dr. Howell's received numerous awards, including Lifetime Achievement Awards from Duke University, from the ACGME, as well as the March of Dimes Lifetime Achievement Award in Genetics. In 1989, the University of Texas launched the R. Rodney Howell Lectureship in Medical Genetics in his honor. And in 2012, the Newborn Foundation, Newborn Coalition established the R. Rodney Howell Award in Newborn Health and named Dr. Howell as its first recipient. And in 2013, to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Federal Rare Disease Act, he was named one of 30 rare disease heroes by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Throughout his career, Dr. Howell's led varied efforts to leverage biomedical and genetic advances to improve public health. He's led leadership positions with the Muscular Dystrophy Association since the 1980s, and as ultimately as chairman of its scientific advisory board and chairman of its board of directors. And in these roles, he advocated for the research and improved care of people with muscular dystrophy and other neuromuscular diseases. And in 2007, he helped the organization establish a formal national advocacy office. It's a distinct pleasure to have Dr. Howell give his assessment of the current status of newborn screening in the world as our second keynote speaker. Rod?
I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me be a part of this inaugural Guthrie Symposium on newborn screening and metabolic disorders, which is of course centered in Buffalo, where Bob did so much of his remarkable work that underlies our newborn screening program so many years later. Today, I've been asked to comment on some of the international aspects of newborn screening, an enormous topic. And it's also an extremely rapidly changing scene. But what I will try to do is to provide you some glimpses into various parts of the world, which won't be comprehensive. And I will also rely greatly on the material from the International Society of Newborn Screening, a group of people interested in newborn screening around the world, based in the Netherlands. And I was honored to serve as the president of this organization in the past. This is a map of the membership of the of the International Society of Neonatal Screening. And as indicated in this map, the blue colors show the countries where there at least is one member, a member of the society. For example, you'll notice that in Brazil and Argentina, they're blue, but in the United States, the blueness goes by state, so you can see which of the state as members of the organization. The group is truly a very international group with the council, which is elected, shown here, who happens to be from the United Kingdom, but also you'll see their memberships from Australia, Brazil, New Zealand, Chile, Morocco, Iran, Germany, and Greece, Qatar, as well as Sweden. So there's a broad representation from around the world. I'd like to begin my comments by showing you a map that appears in the current journal of the International Neonatal Screening on worldwide aspects of newborn screening. It's currently published right now. It's a freshly published article led by Gerald Lerber, who is a pillar of the International Society and based in the Netherlands. This map simply shows that newborn screening across the European group of countries that are including in the ISNS, the International Society. You'll see that obviously the newborn screening began in France and Spain and the UK in the early 60s, but the adoption of newborn screening programs has continued in this region up until the present. You'll notice on this map there are two hatched areas. This first little one area here which is Albania. The second one is here, which is Tajikistan, which is a country with a population of 9.5 million people. And Tajikistan also lacks a neonatal screening program. If you summarize some data from these 50 European countries, and these European countries is larger than what we ordinarily think of Europe, but it's in the European group of the International Society. And again, I comment that Albania, most of Kosovo, and Tajikistan don't have official programs. However, all the other countries, there's a newborn screening program that reaches virtually all of the infants. 46 of the countries screen for phenylketonuria, not Montenegro, and 47 of the countries screen for congenital hypothyroidism. And while 18 of these countries screen for more than 20 conditions, 25 of the countries screen for fewer than 10 conditions at the current time. It's important for me to point out that there are a large number of exemplary programs in Europe in the newborn screening area with extensive screening programs, well done parent information system, excellent follow-up and treatment programs, really exemplary programs. There's great variability in the number of conditions screened throughout Europe, however, and considerable effort has been spent by the European Commission in recent years in efforts to try to harmonize the conditions throughout Europe. And that continues, and there is some progress, but it's certainly not complete. A small but growing numbers of the countries use the CLEAR program, which is an analytic program developed by the Mayo Clinic to evaluate individual screening results. I'd like to come back and comment very briefly about Tajikistan here, this right here, this small country here. This Tajikistan has a population of 9.5 million people, and it currently lacks a newborn screening program. If you look at Tajikistan, this is the presidential palace of Tajikistan, and you'll see that it's a very elegant facility that really indicates the fact that this is an emerging country. And obviously, we would hope that in the near future, as they grow and so forth and prosper, that a newborn screening program can indeed be developed there. If we look at some global comments of newborn screening in what we would call as the developing countries, and I think that term is pretty well recognized, many developing countries do not have national newborn screening program at all. However, as infant mortality rates decline, the local incidence and outcome data persuade local authorities and officials to include newborn screening as a priority in healthcare spending. Congenital hypothyroidism is the most cost-effective screen condition. And by that, I mean it's relatively easy to screen for, relatively easy to treat. It's somewhat common for a rare disease. And the ill effects of untreated versus treated persons is dramatic. So many countries begin with congenital hypothyroidism. In sub-Saharan Africa, India, and certain parts of Asia, screening for hemoglobinopathies and G6PD, glucose-6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency, are indeed important. Expanded newborn screening for metabolic conditions is greatly needed in areas of high consanguinity. And as we visit around the world, there are certain areas where you have as many as 40 or 50% of the marriages are first cousin marriages, which increases enormous the incidence of rare metabolic diseases. Screening for hearing disorders and for critical congenital heart diseases are increasing throughout the world. And these sites are using the on-site physiologic testing. And some of those efforts are being catalyzed by the industries that manufacture these physiologic technical equipment. And that they're fairly simple to use, and detect these conditions is really important. The largest birth numbers worldwide are, of course, in China and India, where there are tens of millions of babies born each year. Currently, of these two, only China has a successful newborn screening program, and it's quite successful. China reports that 90% of the births and over 90% of the districts are screened. There's a universal mandate to screen for congenital hypothyroidism and PKU, but as you visit the leading areas in China, you find that there are very sophisticated and ambitious programs for pilot and substantial screening for such conditions as Duchenne muscular dystrophy, for example, which we are not yet screening for in this country, except in a few pilot studies, some of which you might have heard about in this meeting. India, the studies and reports from India certainly support the initiation of newborn screening. We hope to see that happen in the coming period of time. This map currently outlines Mongolia, and I want to talk about Mongolia as an example of how assistance in expanding newborn screening program has been catalyzed by the International Society of Neonatal Screening. The society in 2017 had a meeting in Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, so that there would be an opportunity to discuss screening with the group there and look at the situation. Now, interesting enough, that my experience in traveling to some of these other countries has been that when you're there, you learn as much as you're there to help with the newborn screening program, but you learn a great deal about the country you didn't know. Well, for example, Mongolia is the most sparsely populated country in the world. This very large country here, cut between Russia and China, as you can see here, has only 3 million people. However, as you visit the capital, this is the capital square in Ulaanbaatar, you see all sorts of signs of rapid development. They have had a successful development program based on their energy storage, and the country is growing tremendously. The other interesting thing you do is when you have a chance to speak in Mongolia, they translate your slides, my host did there, into Mongolian, the language is spoken there, and obviously we are not used to seeing our slides being in Mongolian language, but that also is interesting. The other things you learn is you learn about the special problems that the country might have. For instance, this is a remote area in Western Mongolia, and you see that folks in these rural areas, although the cities are, Ulaanbaatar, the capital, is extremely cosmopolitan, these rural areas still have these marvelous yurts that we read about early in our own education. And these yurts are an amazing structure. And the way that they insulate the cold weather, which is enormously cold in these remote areas, is extremely informative. You learn a lot about other things. I'd never seen a yak. I was very interested to see yaks here and learned about the fur of yaks, which produces some of the very finest wool around. And the yaks are also quite safe. You can walk among the yaks and they don't bother you at all. They're quite pleasant and so forth. The other thing you learn, which is very exciting to see, is Mongolia at one time occupied the largest landmass in the world, and that was under the aegis of Genghis Khan and his relatives. And this enormous new statue of Genghis Khan, I might point out, it's hard to appreciate the size, but there's an elevator in the back leg that takes you up into the statue. And again, celebrating the enormous and important history of Mongolia. And again, they have an enormous collection of extremely well-trained and excellent people that will clearly continue to expand their newborn screening program with very talented folks. The International Program Committee of International Program Development Committee of ISNS has really become active recently. As we've been dealing with the pandemic episode with the COVID-19, it's so important that we address things globally. And obviously, newborn screening is in that category. There's great global inequity in newborn screening. And for example, very close to home for those of us in the United States, in 2007, for example, only 50% of the newborns in Latin America had screening of any sort. And in thinking of international development, obviously it's multiple. People might find benefit in having discussions and so forth. And again, let me point out again, what folks would like you to do is not to come and lecture them, but to see what you know and the experience you've had and how you might be helpful to them and so forth. There's a very active committee that I happen to chair of an organization now, comprised of Juan Cabello from Chile, May Baker from the distinguished newborn screening person from Wisconsin. And we've had the opportunity to engage in some what we think are worthwhile discussions with other folks. And I'd like to comment about some discussions we've had just this week with the Republic of Georgia, which is shown here. Again, the Republic of Georgia is much smaller than, for example, Mongolia, but it has a population of 3.9 million people here. And again, it is a rapidly maturing country. This is a scene from the capital of the Republic of Georgia. This is Tbilisi. And Dr. Tapatadze, who we have been communicating with, is based here in the capital. Again, the country has a national newborn screening program, and they screen for 3 conditions: PKU, congenital hypothyroidism, and cystic fibrosis. And they're interested in a variety of things, but one of the things that they're particularly interested in is to set up some pilot programs that would demonstrate to the leadership of the government the benefit of newborn screening. And they're particularly interested in understanding how we have worked with the government and other municipalities and so forth to enhance newborn screening in the United States. And again, those are things that we've done, and we think we can give them some help there. The other thing is that they do not have a metabolic screening program, and they have one area of the country in Georgia where there's considerable intermarriage, and they're particularly interested in that. So that's been a very interesting and exciting opportunity to work with the Republic of Georgia and with Dr. Tapatadze, who's pediatrician, well-versed in metabolic diseases, very bright and creative. And we think that that can be a very successful effort in that part of the world. I want to spend much of my time that remains here talking about a very important international program that is occurring outside the United States that is of great benefit, I think will be of great benefit to us. And that has to do with the issue of whole genome sequencing and its usefulness in relationship to newborn screening. I don't think there's any question about the fact that whole genome sequencing will become a part of newborn screening in some fashion in many developed areas and so forth. However, using whole genome sequencing in the newborn screening area is a big deal. It has many, many implications that must be thought of and described. And the Genomes England and the National Screening Committee in the UK have set up a public dialogue to discuss the role and what will be happening in newborn screening when whole genome sequencing plays a part. And I want to talk about the program that they've set up. They have gathered 130 persons from around the UK of a full spread of the society to discuss the implications for the National Health Service and society for using whole genome sequencing in newborn screening. This was commissioned by Genomics England and the UK National Screening Committee, et cetera. And basically, these groups have been discussing the issues that I will talk about in just a second. And on July 8th, they have a webinar that will be open to the public, and I'll show you how to access that to discuss what the findings were from this nationwide public dialogue. And the issues they've discussed are issues that we will need to have great discussions with. The slides I'd like to show you about what sorts of things they presented to this group to think about and talk about. These slides come from my friend, Sir, from the Genome England. So I would like to tell you what they have really discussed. One is that the proposition of the way they talked about this might be brought into the system is outlined here. One is that they would plan to make available to every baby born a universal access to whole genome sequencing. They would actively include the community in those discussions so that there would not be any exclusion based on culture, socioeconomic status, religious view. They would avoid any geographic inequity, both the testing and therapy development. They would work to standardize very carefully the sequencing and the equity in reporting what the genome sequencing has shown, because there's really no true inventory of diverse scenarios in rare diseases. They would develop a national list of actionable clinical conditions that would be determined by an independent committee. They would also make available a national advanced therapies platform. It would be funded by a public-private partnership. And they would have a clinical trials offering available, and also linked to new national diagnosis and therapeutic opportunities that would be available. And they would also have a setup arranged so that there would be a longitudinal life course follow-up, because obviously a critical part of this study would be, obviously, if you're sequencing all newborn and you have a group of actionable things, you will detect a variety of rare diseases that will have later onset that you need to be aware of and consider what will happen and how you will access the treatment. There would be very active community engagement that would continue. It would be revisited. There would be vigilance to avoid resource or education or geographic inequity. There'd be a real world electronic health record. It would be access to affordable healthcare for all and available to all of the community, regardless of their ability to pay and so forth. And of course, the UK has a national health insurance that would be covering all the persons in the country. This public dialogue will be available. One can register for free, and the quickest way I've found to get the dialogue is simply Google public dialogue on whole genome sequencing and newborn screening. This July 8th meeting will appear. It has one unfortunate situation for those of us who are on the East Coast. It is very early in the morning and so forth that it will be available. The final thing I'd like to comment about is, of course, something that's near and dear to the heart of the International Society, which is obviously celebrating today the first International Neonatal Screening Day, Newborn Screening Day, on June 28th. This launch of the initiative in Europe has been jointly sponsored by the International Patient Organization for Immunodeficiency and the European Society of Immunodeficiency, both of whom are extremely active in newborn screening in the UK. Obviously there's the press release from the group is encouraging everyone to celebrate the first International Neonatal Screening Day on June 28th. And the press release reads that the 28th was chosen because of the birthday of Dr. Robert Guthrie. The group here is fully aware of his contribution, et cetera, and points out that while much has been achieved, there's still much to do. Many of the children born today still don't benefit from newborn screening, as I've pointed out. Even in the countries and areas where testing takes place, commonly the coverage is limited to 1 or 2 disorders. It is hoped that the International Neonatal Screening Day will show our appreciation for the life-changing benefits offered by this simple and cost-effective prevention pioneered by Dr. Robert Guthrie, and will help improve and expand the reach and the range of the programs around the world. And thank you very much for your attention. And I will look forward to participating in the question and answer series later in the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rod. This was a very informative and helpful talk, and we really appreciate it. The next speaker is Mark Corson, who will speak on metabolic medicine, the evolution of a medical specialty. Mark and I worked together at Boston Children's Hospital for years. Mark's a doctor's doctor from whom I learned so much, and my patients had better outcomes due to Mark's efforts. Mark graduated from the University of Toronto School of Medicine, completed his PEDS residency at Hospital for Sick Children, did his fellowship in genetics and metabolism at Boston Children's Hospital, became director of the metabolism clinic at Boston Children's until the year 2000, when he became the director of the metabolism service at Tufts Medical Center's Floating Hospital for Children, as well as an associate professor of pediatrics at Tufts University School of Medicine until 2014. Dr. Corson promotes an educational approach to address the growing crisis in metabolic health care due to the shortage of available clinicians to treat this patient community. In 2007, Dr. Corson co-founded the North American Metabolic Academy, an annual 1-week intensive course about metabolic diseases for genetic and metabolic trainees. NAMA is sponsored by the Society for Inherited Metabolic Disorders. Between 2007 and 2011, Dr. Corson directed the Metabolic Outreach Service based at Tufts Medical Center, for which he traveled on a regular basis to 5 teaching hospitals in the northeastern United States without an on-site metabolic service. In 2015, he co-founded the Genetic Metabolism Center for Education, a comprehensive multimodal initiative for improving the level of care for children and adults with metabolic diseases. This past October, Dr. Corson joined VMP Genetics in Atlanta to promote telehealth metabolic consulting in order to assist physicians remotely in the care of their metabolic patients. At VMP Genetics, Dr. Corson is the Director of Physician Support Services and the Director of Education. And he continues to develop innovative resources to help educate medical specialists and their trainees so they can participate more in the diagnosis and management of metabolic diseases. Dr. Corson, please give us your talk on metabolic medicine, the evolution of a medical specialty. Thanks.
Hello, I'd like to thank Tao Sheng and the members of the organizing committee for inviting me to speak at this first inaugural Guthrie Symposium. As you can tell, I'm in a rather rustic environment, but I am wearing a jacket and shirt and tie in honor of this auspicious occasion and as a tribute to Bob Guthrie. Now, there's no way that I can cover the evolution of a full medical specialty in under half an hour. So this is going to be more of a personal story reflecting my learning and experiences. And in the interest of time, I'm really going to focus mostly on small molecule diseases. So I entered the world of metabolism in 1986. It was a time when the Berlin Wall was still standing as a marker of the divide between East and West. Another virus dominated the news then, and that virus was HIV. And Andrew Lloyd Webber's Phantom of the Opera first premiered in London in 1987. On the metabolism front, well, I was just a junior guy. I'm just learning. What did I know? I thought, well, if you have to have a metabolic disorder, galactosemia was the one to have, because the treatment for that was just a lactose-free diet. But boy, did I have a lot to learn. The long-term complications of galactosemia were only being described. I remember being at an SIMD meeting and hearing how gene therapy for PKU was just around the corner. But boy, did we have a lot to learn. The Jesse Gelsinger tragedy hadn't yet happened. And of course, that set gene therapy back a good 10 years. I remember being at a fatty acid oxidation workshop in Philadelphia and hearing from Dave Millington about acylcarnitines and from Pierre Rinaldo about acylglycines. And around that time, the Orphan Drug Act was really revving up, making it lucrative to pay attention to developing treatments for rare diseases like metabolic disorders. So that disorders for which we didn't have satisfactory or effective therapies, like the lysosomal storage diseases, suddenly therapy became possible. But in those early years for me, I was still learning basic metabolism. And that meant seeing a lot of PKU and learning how PKU really is the prototype for thinking about small molecule disorders. This specialty cut its teeth on PKU, learning about the biochemistry first, of course, first with Asbjørn Falling, who taught us about phenylpyruvic acid, and then from George Jervis about phenylalanine hydroxylase, and then from Seymour Kaufman about the cofactor tetrahydrobiopterin. And of course, there are many other scientists and researchers who contributed to our knowledge about PKU. Horst Bickel, in training at Children's Hospital of Birmingham, he tried out a low phenylalanine diet first on a 2-year-old with PKU with very positive results. But of course, you couldn't maximize the outcome of treatment without, unless you identified these patients pre-symptomatically as newborns. And that's where Bob Guthrie comes in by introducing the concept of a filter paper card and a newborn screening process that included a bacterial inhibition assay. But once you intervene, you don't get rid of the problems, you sort of change them. It's better, but you still don't get rid of problems. You have to monitor these patients. And so intervention creates a new natural history. And that's where we learned about maternal PKU, that protecting a child's brain, a PKU child's brain with a low phenylalanine diet is great. But when that child grows up, if she's a female, one has to protect the fetal brain as well, and actually the fetus as a whole. And that requires keeping phenylalanine levels low during pregnancy and starting before conception. So what we learned from our experience in PKU was then applied to many other disorders, to homocystinuria, to tyrosinemia, to maple syrup urine disease, the organic acidemias, and so on. So we thought we had licked PKU, pardon the pun. I mean, PKU is a tough disease, and the treatment is kind of harsh. I mean, when you change a patient's diet, when you impact their eating, which is something they do multiple times a day, and eating is such a basic social behavior, it's tough. But we figured maybe with close monitoring and lots of social support, we could this could work. Well, let's talk about a case of PKU. A baby is referred to the metabolism clinic because of a high phenylalanine level and a high phenylalanine tyrosine ratio. Confirmation testing in clinic, which is amino acids, showed that she had classical PKU. So this patient was well treated. She was compliant. Her parents were compliant. They followed up. There was great social support. Over time, levels were good. Over time, sure, there were slip-ups maybe from time to time, but that's expected. But she was pretty much a model patient. Advance forward, Brittany is now a nurse practitioner specializing in biochemical genetics, and she directs the PKU clinic at Yale New Haven Medical Center. Now imagine a new family with PKU showing up to clinic and meeting Brittany and seeing what's possible, what amazing things are possible despite having a diagnosis of PKU. So early identification, early initiation of treatment, terrific outcome, newborn screening gets an A+. I had the pleasure of actually co-presenting with Brittany and discussing her experience. And we entitled the talk, Both Sides Now, is not just a Joni Mitchell song. It's really Brittany's PKU story, because she can give the perspective from a patient perspective as well as the perspective of a provider. And what Brittany taught me is that dietary management is a huge challenge. You can't minimize it. And because it is huge in the lives of these patients, they don't or they can't keep their phenylalanine levels within the therapeutic range. As many as 70% above the age of 30 don't have what we would call therapeutic levels. And as patients get older, they just stop coming back to clinic. And 3/4 of them will say the most desired lifestyle improvement, what they want most, is to be able to increase their protein intake without increasing their symptoms of PKU. They want to be able to eat normally. So we can't just check off PKU. I mean, diet is good, diet can work, but diet is too hard and it's just not realistic. So we need new therapy options. And we have the options of cofactor therapy. In some, we have the options of enzyme substitution, and we're considering gene therapy as well. Consider this other case of arginine-6-cynic aciduria. A 4-day-old boy is born after an uncomplicated pregnancy and term delivery. He's discharged at 2 days of age. He's feeding well. The results of the newborn screen are called back at 4 days of age. His citrulline is high. His arginine-6-cynic acid is high, and the citrulline-arginine ratio is high as well. And that biochemistry suggests there's a problem in arginine-6-cynic acid lyase. So the child's pediatrician calls the family. The baby has no symptoms. The pediatrician says they have to come in right away anyway. The family comes in a little bit confused and wondering what's going on. Because the child's been acting normally, not fussy, not lethargic, eating well, no vomiting, and on exam, he looks great. So what's going on? Well, we do an ammonia level, and whoa. If normal ammonia in micromoles per liter is less than 90, his ammonia measures 320. Repeat is 382. So what's going on here? Well, that's when I learned that the biochemistry really precedes the symptoms. And it could precede the symptoms for 12 hours, 18 hours, until the ammonia gets into the brain, with the glutamine getting to the brain, and that draws water in and it causes brain edema. And then and then you really see the clinical symptoms. So that if this child had come in 12 hours later, 24 hours later, we would have seen a very different child. The baby was treated with IV fluids with dextrose and electrolytes, IV nitrogen scavengers and L-arginine, and the ammonia level normalized within 24 hours. So this was another A+ for newborn screening. Without newborn screening, this child would have presented later. This child would have presented in full-blown coma. It would have taken a while before someone thought of doing an ammonia level. By that time, the child would have already suffered brain injury. So this was a great start, but the burden of managing their child was incredible. Because managing a complicated diet for these parents meant weighing out the components of the formula using a gram scale. And what if some fell on the floor? And what if the baby spat up? And what if the baby vomited? Do you figure out how much was in there and do you replace it? And there's the low protein foods and it's a special diet. And then you have to monitor for symptoms, because if you don't monitor for symptoms, you don't catch it early, then it's conceivable that the child is getting into trouble. And then you have to bring the child to clinic just for well checks. But if you have any concerns, you have to bring them into the ED and get, anyway, all this on top of taking care of a household and a job and a family. Now, this family did really, really well. And they had difficulty managing their own fears. Their fears that their child would, despite their best efforts, suffer a metabolic crisis. The fact that they might fail as caregivers because they didn't do everything perfectly. And if they don't do everything perfectly, would their child end up getting into trouble? And of course, living in the fear that they make a bad clinical decision that again would cost their child his health. So they came to me and said, and they were great. They were terrific caregivers for a metabolic patient. But they said, we can't take it, it's tearing us apart. And they were referred for liver transplantation. Consider this other case, a case of methylmalonic acidemia, MUT0. 22-year-old woman delivers a male at 37 weeks gestation following an unremarkable pregnancy, labor, and delivery. APGAR scores were good, 8 and 9, weight measured 2950 grams. The baby best fed well on day 1, was circumcised. After that, felt cold, and on day 2 began to feed poorly. His glucose dropped and he was transferred to the nursery. He was given IV glucose, but when they tested, they found that he had a metabolic acidosis. So he was intubated for transport and he was given IV bicarb. When he arrived in the NICU, he was poorly responsive, jaundice, and he was breathing very rapidly, which is a response to his acidosis. The liver edge was a bit down, so the liver was a bit big, and the labs confirmed a severe acidosis, an increasing anion gap, suggesting there was something else in the blood we weren't seeing, like an organic acid, and his ammonia levels were going up. And urine ketones, which we don't usually see very much of in a newborn, they were strongly positive. Urine organic acid testing showed methylmalonic acid. And so this patient has methylmalonic acidemia. Now, this patient actually presented rather quickly, very soon, so that his diagnosis was made on day 3. The newborn screen wasn't sent till day 2. So we received the result on day 5, which showed an elevated C3. So in this particular case, newborn screen didn't help this particular case because we had an on-site metabolic lab. Had I not had that technical support, the newborn screen probably would have identified the case before I got back the results of metabolic testing. So here's the problem with this particular organic acidemia, or actually several organic acidemias. So this is the amino acid degradation pathway in which there is a defect. And this is the pathway that degrades 4 amino acids, isoleucine, valine, methionine, and threonine. So this pathway is used in 2 situations. If we eat too much sugar or fat, we store the extra. But if we eat too much protein, we don't store the extra. Our body uses only what it needs, and the extra protein ends up getting metabolized. So these amino acids, which come from that protein, get metabolized. But if there's a block, then those intermediate metabolites accumulate. Also, if a person doesn't eat well, and the body's starving for energy, the body breaks down its own protein to provide energy. And so some of that protein includes these 4 amino acids. And so in situations where a child eats too much protein or takes in too few calories, there's going to be flux through this pathway. You're going to get accumulation of methylmalonic acid, and that will cause symptoms. In addition, other things, other metabolites use this same pathway, including propionate, which comes from our gut. Gut bacteria at work in our gut make propionate all the time, which gets absorbed. It's not a problem for you and me, but it is a problem if you have a defect somewhere in this pathway. So methylmalonic acidemia and propionic acidemia, which is just before it, result in the accumulation of these metabolites, which cause a number of different pathogenic mechanisms that include the direct toxicity from the accumulating organic acids on the brain and other organs. They create a keto acid environment, an acidotic environment, which is not good for normal biologic function. They suppress the bone marrow so that our white cells fall, and which we need for fighting infection. Our platelet levels fall, which result in problems with clotting, and it can cause anemia as well. The organic acids inhibit the urea cycle, resulting in a high ammonia level, its own toxicity. And because there is so much propionyl or methylmalonyl molecules around, that ties up all that CoA or coenzyme A. Now, coenzyme A does a lot of important functions in the body. And if so much of it is tied up to this accumulating propionyl CoA as propionyl CoA or methylmalonyl CoA, then there's not enough CoA to serve other functions. And so you have multiple pathophysiologies going on in this one disorder. So theoretically, we have therapies for the various components of the organic acidemias. If you look at where the amino acids come in, if we control the amount of protein and don't provide too much or too little, then we reduce the amount of flux. Off to the top right, we can give antibiotics to reduce the amount of bacteria. Off to the top left, we have medications that can make the blood less acidic. We can give platelets if we need to, if the bone marrow isn't pushing out platelets. We have medication for the high ammonia level. By giving carnitine, the carnitine will bind to the propionyl CoA and free up some of that coenzyme A. But the problem is, with all these pathophysiologies, with all these therapies, the parents end up running an intensive care unit at home with a very complex composite formula, with the medications, with the special equipment, because they often have gastrostomy tubes because these patients don't eat well, and they often have central lines for good access, and they have multiple clinic visits because multiple medical specialists are involved, on top of managing a household, a job, and a family. And again, these parents too, they are afraid of the metabolic crisis. They're afraid that their child's health, their child's future rests on their shoulders. And that is a terrible burden. So often these children are referred to for liver transplantation. But again, we need more. We need something easier, something more realistic. Now, I will say, consider one organic acidemia, glutaric acidemia type 1. Now, these children are born well, although they may have macrocephaly, big heads. If they're not identified and if they remain untreated, 80 to 90% of these patients go on to have a devastating stroke-like event, which leaves them with a terrible long-term brain injury that results in terrible long-term motor dysfunction. If they are identified by newborn screening and treated and monitored, that brain injury can be prevented in up to 80 to 90% of patients. So again, newborn screening, it gets an A+. But the takeaway lesson where you're dealing with urea cycle disorders or organic acidemias is that newborn screening is definitely beneficial. The outcomes are much better because of the early diagnosis with early implementation of therapy, because that first dangerous crisis is often avoided or prevented. That first crisis is usually occurs and it's not recognized and the proper testing isn't done, and so treatment is initiated late and the babies are often left damaged. But even though newborn screening puts these patients in a better situation, for many of the acute metabolic disorders like amino acidopathies and organic acidemias, there's still the burden of treatment, of management by the parents at home, but also management by providers is overwhelming. And what I would say, especially for the organic acidemias, which I think are perhaps among the most challenging disorders because of all the pathophysiologies, what we have to offer are Band-Aids at best. So move on to just a couple of things about newborn screening. So you're aware that there is a federal process, an advisory committee for assessing which disorders are really eligible for newborn screening. And so representatives from the scientific community, the clinical community, patient advocates, public health, and so on get together and evaluate these disorders. And they come up with a uniform screening panel. These are the primary disorders, and if you're going to look at for these disorders, then you will actually be able to identify a secondary group of disorders as well. Now these disorders are these sort of recommendations are recommendations. Each state gets to determine which disorders it will screen in newborns who are born in that state. So the process has been extremely helpful, but there are some issues that come up. So take the case of short-chain acyl-CoA dehydrogenase or SCAD deficiency. In this case, a baby is referred to the metabolism clinic. She's healthy, a diagnosis is confirmed. The parents are informed of the diagnosis and reassured that the diagnosis is probably a biochemical defect without clinical implications. No specific therapy is recommended other than to check in during infections. The child has no decompensations, but the parents read up about fatty acid oxidation defects. They check in with the Disease Foundation. They speak to other parents. They access the internet. They become scared, and they can't stop feeding their child because they know that fasting is a problem for patients with fatty acid oxidation defects. The child has never had any symptoms from a disorder, but is now followed for obesity. In case 5, 3-methylcrotonil-CoA carboxylase deficiency was described in the literature as being associated with acute bouts of ketoacidosis and related clinical symptoms. This disorder was included in the newborn screen, and so a baby is referred to the metabolism clinic. He is healthy, a diagnosis is confirmed. The parents are informed of the diagnosis and reassured that the diagnosis is probably a biochemical defect without clinical implications, because from newborn screening we have learned that the vast majority of patients really don't have any symptoms. They have the biochemical presence, but they don't have any real symptoms. So no specific therapy was recommended other than to check in during infections. The child has had no decompensations. And after the child turns 3, the parents ask why they have to keep returning to clinic. So with this kind of thing, we are learning as we go. So this taken from Baby's First Test is a map of the United States showing which states are screening for propionic acidemia. And there's widespread agreement that that it is important to screen for propionic acidemia, that early intervention really does make a difference. The same is true for glutaric aciduria type 1. But when we talk about SCAD deficiency, there's a lot of controversy because it's not quite clear if we're providing a benefit or we are causing iatrogenic problems for the patient and the family. And for 3-methylcrotonil-CoA carboxylase, again, there's some degree of controversy. So speaking as a clinician who sees patients, when you have a situation where there is a federal process for making recommendations, but each state determines by itself what disorders get to be screened, well, states can theoretically implement or start screening for disorders that have not gone through or not been approved in the RUSP process. And so clinicians sometimes feel like, out of the loop, like someone else makes the decisions for what gets screened and we see the patients. And so it may feel like the train for newborn screening has left without us sometimes. So we can improve that process. So finally, newborn screening is life-saving and efficient. it has provided an incredible support and vision for this specialty. But some future considerations. There's a need to reconcile the concern raised about the inclusion of certain diseases in the newborn screen. We've talked about that. There's a need to make sure that identified patients can also be followed by informed clinicians. In the original Wilson-Jungner criteria, it was clearly stated that adequate health service provision should be made for the extraclinical workload resulting from screening. And if you know metabolism, you know that we have a significant shortage of metabolic clinicians. So that adding more disorders to the newborn screen, who is actually going to look after them? Because the more patients we look after, other patients are going to get neglected. So we really have to pour attention into increasing the number of clinicians. With patients being identified early, the effectiveness of therapies for certain diseases needs improvement to ensure the best possible outcome. So dietary therapy was the way to go for a long time, but we know now that simply treating the symptoms or the biochemical disturbances isn't enough. We can theoretically do it, but it is either too burdensome to make it a realistic plan for patients and families. Also, most metabolic centers in the world and now in the US do not have an on-site metabolic laboratory. So amino acids, organic acids, acylcarnitines get sent out, and it may take days, and if you live in developing countries, weeks to get those results back. So published guidelines for managing these disorders must include both an ivory tower approach. If you get results back really quickly within hours, here's what to do. But also we need to pay attention to developing real world approaches. If the results are not going to come back for days or weeks, what do we do with those patients? So newborn screen is great for identifying individuals now and going forward, but it doesn't help identify the older patients born before newborn screening for their disease, or patients with disorders not included in the newborn screen. And that's where education, especially of adult medicine physicians, is incredibly necessary, especially because if there's not enough of us, who's going to pick up the slack? Who's going to recognize these patients? So just to pay attention to that, this is actually a slide from the North American Metabolic Academy, which shows the frequency of diagnoses within the urea cycle. And you'll see at the top is OTC, ornithine transcarbamylase. And you'll notice that females and males are recognized in different, or the number of cases reported differ for females and males. So if you notice in France and Japan, that the majority of patients are males that are identified. But if you look at the US, it's actually the other way around. Actually, more females can be reported. And that, by analysis, is considered the possibility that we are not recognizing adult males in this country. And again, it's believed that it's very likely that the majority of adult patients with metabolic disorders perhaps live and die without a diagnosis ever being made. And if you have the opportunity, check out Zoe's story at the National Urea Cycle Disorder Foundation website. Zoe was actually a sophomore rather at the University of Arizona, studying to be a nurse, who had symptoms of protein avoidance, nausea and vomiting, and who ended up going to the ER twice in Phoenix because of symptoms. She wasn't, an ammonia level was never done, and she died following that, during that second hospitalization. Her parents donated her organs, and the man who received her liver and kidney ended up dying 5 days later in a hyperammonemic coma. So Zoe's OTC deficiency didn't kill just Zoe, but it also killed somebody else. That is a wonderful video to watch because it is so instructive and so educational, and it's a terrific educational resource. So finally, newborn screening deserves high marks, A+. It provides the best possible starting chance for our patients. But the game is not over. Our work is not done. We have so much to do. So again, we are participating in the evolution of a medical specialty. I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to thank the patients and families, and I want to thank everybody who supports metabolic medicine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark, for that incredibly informative and stimulating talk for all of us. I'd like to move on now to Dr. Taosheng Wang, who will be the next speaker in this symposium. Dr. Wang will speak on the potential impact of gene therapy on metabolic disorders. Taosheng Wang is a physician scientist who, before joining us in Buffalo, was a tenured professor in human genetics and the director of the program of mitochondrial medicine and the director of the molecular diagnostic laboratory at Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center. In Cincinnati, Dr. Wang was principal investigator on 4 NIH grants and a part of several others. In February 2020, Dr. Wang accepted the position as chief of the Division of Genetics in the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Buffalo Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Science, and director of medical genetics at the Oishei Children's Hospital. And as Dean Kane mentioned, started in September 15th, 2020. Dr. Wang has over 25 years of experience in translational research, particularly in mitochondrial medicine. He obtained his MD and PhD degrees at Fijian Medical College and the Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York City, respectively. He completed his pediatric residency at Georgetown University Hospital. From 1996 to 1999, he did his clinical genetics and clinical molecular genetics fellowship at Harvard Medical School, became a junior faculty member in 1999 at Boston Children's Hospital. While at Harvard, Dr. Wang was an NIH K-23 grant recipient and engaged in patient-oriented genetic research with doctors Christine Cricket Seidman and John Seidman. In 2001, Dr. Wang moved to the University of California, Irvine, and became an independent investigator. He served as the director and co-director with Dr. Douglas Wallace for the MitoMed Molecular Lab at the University of California, Irvine for 8 years. In 2012, Dr. Wang joined Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center to direct the program in mitochondrial medicine. And as the founder and director and principal investigator of this heavily funded NIH program, he successfully integrated research, molecular testing, and clinical services to improve the care of patients with mitochondrial disease. His laboratory has discovered many novel mutations of the mitochondrial genome, and he's a pioneer in the field. In just the past 5 years, his group's identified 8 novel nuclear genes related to mitochondrial diseases, including those involved with optic atrophy and peripheral neuropathy, and Leigh syndrome and Lenz syndrome, and in eosinophilic esophagitis. For novel disease-causing genes, his group has also established and characterized disease-causing genes with both an iPS cell model and a CRISPR-Cas9 produced mouse model for better understanding of the pathogenesis of pediatric diseases and for developing treatments of these diseases afflicting children. His recent work has focused on gene therapy for mitochondrial diseases, providing compelling proof for the translation of gene therapy into clinical application. His publications are over 120 peer-reviewed research papers. His breakthrough research on mitochondrial replacement therapy among the top 10 science stories of 2016 is ranked by Nature and Science. And more recently, his group showed biparental mitochondrial DNA transmission with an autosomal dominant-like inheritance mode. And this manuscript was also ranked in the top 10 papers from 2019. And so with his interest in in gene therapy. It's my pleasure to have Dr. Wang talk about the potential impact of gene therapy on metabolic disorders. Dr. Wang?
Thanks, Steve, for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. And today I'm going to talk about gene therapy and the metabolic disorder. I feel this is a very important topic as the gene therapy can provide a potential cure for many genetic disease, particularly metabolic disorder. Recently, gene therapy has progressed very fast. And however, historically, gene therapy had a very bumpy road. The gene therapy was first conceived in 1972 by two US scientists, Friedman and Roblin. And after long, hard working, first clinical trial for gene therapy was started at National Health Institute for a condition called severe combined immunodeficiency caused by adenosine deaminase deficiency. The field were very excited at that time, and then so many clinical trials initiated until 1999. One of the patients named is Jesse Gessinger. Jesse Gessinger has had a urea cycle defect called OTC. The one he had a gene therapy, he died from a side effect. The gene therapy was conducted at University of Pennsylvania. This really shocked the field, and which is lead NH hold all clinical trial for gene therapy. Furthermore, in 2002, a group in French report that many of patients with severe combined immune deficiency for gene therapy also develop leukemia, which is further depressed the field. For a long time, the field was very quiet in terms of clinical application for gene therapy. There are few small event. For example, in China, P53 gene therapy was approved to treat head and neck cancer. And in Russia, gene therapy was approved to treat peripheral arterial disease. And in Europe, lipoprotein lipase deficiency was also treated with gene therapy. But you see, first two products really didn't launch to market. And the third one for lipoprotein lipase deficiency, the drug was very good, however, was very expensive and cost more than $1 million, which did not launch very, very well. The first FDA approved gene therapy is for eye disease. The drug called Luxturna, and the clinical trial was complete in December 2017. This is mainly conducted in US. All patients were randomized and received bilateral subretinal injection with the AAV vector, which carry a wild type gene called RPE65. The clinical trial was very successful, and then so 65% of the patient meet the endpoint, but none of the control had any effect. And the more important, the side effect seem very minimal, and then so patients tolerate this therapy well. This is already a very first FDA-approved gene therapy for genetic disease. Next, I'm going to show you a video This is a patient from clinical trial, and you can see this is amazing drug.
Can you introduce everyone in your family?
This is my dad. This is my mom. That's my brother Jacob. That's my younger brother Matthew.
And who are you?
I'm Hannah.
We were at CHOP getting an ERG for Hannah. One of the ophthalmologists pulled us into one of the rooms after the ERG was finished and essentially told us the ERG was flat, and that confirmed the diagnosis of Leber's congenital amaurosis.
Best we can describe is she has no peripheral vision and really would look out of larger straws, and that was her visual field. And then add on top of that the need of it to be bright.
When we first got her diagnosis, I don't think we fully grasped it, but we just kind of said we need to just raise this child we have in front of us. And you know, what she can see, and what she can't.
And she never caught fireflies. She couldn't see them. Would sit out and try to watch the stars. She wouldn't see them. She's being robbed of those experiences at this point, you know, as simple as you can put it.
Essentially, they make a good copy of the bad gene. They attach it to a viral vector and they inject it directly into the retina. And then the good copy of the gene starts to replicate.
And then Hannah sees. That's simple. The same day surgery.
Went in that morning and was
home by dinner.
That next morning, she sat down in her seat at the table. She has a little desk lamp that she has always used to help brighten up whatever's in front of her. And she came down and just automatically flipped on that light. And as soon as she turned it on, she pushed the light away and she started to cry because it was too bright. And no light has ever been too bright for Hannah.
How do you think the people that gave your daughter this wonderful treatment option, what parent wouldn't give their own eyes for their daughter to see a sunset? These people who've never met Hannah, you know, a very small percentage of the people that were involved with this have met Hannah. And they committed their lives and their daily lives to this. And just say thank you.
So you can see this is a really indeed amazing drug. This actually second drug launched on market is you see for a condition called hematological disorder, beta thalassemia. This is a really third drug approved by FDA, but the second one launching market. I can tell you why you see not the third one. And you probably all know, you see beta thalassemia often is transfusion dependent, and the patient will have to depend on transfusion the whole life because frequent transfusion and then tended to be overloaded with iron, which can be very toxic to your body. And so it's a really disease, very desperately need a treatment for. And then so for this condition, and you just take you see a bone marrow cell, which is a CD34 positive stem cell, and you put the normal gene back, and you can expand in vivo, in vitro, and in outside of the body, and infuse the expand the cell back to the patient, and then so pretty much a single treatment, and the many majority of the patient become transfusion independent. second drug approved by FDA, which is you see is for spinal muscular atrophy. As we all know, you see spinal muscular atrophy is a desperate disease. And if you don't have a treatment, if you don't treat, the patient will often die in first 2 years of life. And this is again, single dose of gene replacement therapy. And this was, you see, second approved drug, but launched by third one, you see, because of some concern for the data submitted by a company, and then so the holder, you see, time to launch this medication. Again, single injection of intrathecal injection, and this patient can do very well. This is another, case you see. You can see this is a video show you gene therapy here.
Spinal muscular atrophy, or SMA type 1, is the leading genetic cause of death for infants today. A devastating fact this family knows all too well.
Our first daughter, she was diagnosed with SMA type 1 at 6 months of age. She passed away at 15 months old.
This is a disease that is devastating for infants. A large percentage of patients die before 1 year of age, but 95+% are gone, unfortunately, by age 2.
SMA rapidly robs babies of their ability to move, talk, swallow, and eventually breathe. When Milan and his wife Elena found out they were pregnant with their second child, Evelyn, they prayed for a healthy baby. Unfortunately, that was not the case.
When she was born and the results came back, and found out she was positive for SMA type 1. And we both kind of just broke down. We found out about the clinical trial here at Nationwide Children's Hospital.
This is really the first time that we've been able to apply gene therapy to any neuromuscular disease.
Today was a very special day for Evelyn. She was given genetic therapy for her missing SMN gene.
Babies with SMA are missing a gene vital for development. Through a one-time injection, gene therapy replaces this missing gene. For Evelyn, this gene therapy worked.
We started seeing changes as early as 2 months after treatment.
She started to push, and she started to get more active, holding her head up. And a little after 3-4 months, she rolled over on her own.
Now 3-year-old Evelyn challenges Dr. Mendel to a dance-off at her annual follow-up appointment.
She comes back after 3 years, and she runs up to me and hugs me and says, "Dr. Mendel, I love you."
I forget that she has SMA.
This is a really amazing drug, and you see, I can tell you a single injection, and then so pretty much cure the disease, such a desperate disease. Well, the field is being very active in this. I will tell you, you see, last time I searched over 600 clinical trials for gene therapy ongoing, and then so many of them for metabolic disorder. And I just want to give you one example for PKU, which we know a lot. And I say, you see PKU is caused by phenylalanine dehydrogenase deficiency, and which lead to accumulation of phenylalanine or low tyrosine. And then so what you see, thanks to Dr. Robert Guthrie, we have been successfully perform newborn screening for the last 50 years in US. And then so our state laboratory also doing a very good job. And then so the sensitivity and the specificity for diagnosis for screening these diseases are great, so and so we have been very successful manager for this patient. For example, this is a family with the 3 children. Turned out, you see, unfortunately, all 3 children are affected. But you see, fortunately, due to everyone doing a good job, and they are doing very well. And then so for these 3 siblings, and one is a medical professional, one is an attorney, another one is, I believe, is a policeman. And they are doing very well, so they pretty much have a near normal life. However, as we all know, treatment from PKU is not trivial. And then pretty much you see all patients we have to treat by dietary management. I remember you see 25 years ago, I was a fellow with Dr. Harvey Levy, and the formula tastes terrible. And then there's not much option. But I know you see that our industrial partner and develop a very nice formula, and then now we have a much better choice, and the taste much better. But still, we can see the need a lifelong treatment. And the recent year, and then I know you see we have a treatment with a cofactor. You see Covan, which is a cofactor BH4. And many of them, the patient respond pretty well, and then being successfully managed on top of you see dietary management. And then last few years we have enzyme replacement therapy, Parenzic, and this is also for some of the patients they're doing very well, and then they can really lose the diet a lot, and then many of them can take a lot more protein than we can give it to them before. And but you see, this drug is you need a treatment, you need an injection every day, and so obviously this is none of this is easier, and many of the family and they cannot manage the patient, their children well. So that's why you see a gene therapy come to light. As you probably know, you see a couple months ago, homology medicine announced the successful phase 1/2 clinical trial with Phoenix gene therapy, and it seemed that this therapy could be successful. And the first reduced the phenylalanine to tyrosine level very nicely, and the side effects is very minimal, and the length of all patients tolerate very well. So theoretically, instead of lifelong treatment, dietary management, and injection tyrosine, and you can have a gene therapy. You just need one or two injection, and the length will cure your disease. This is again, it's amazing, and I'm very actively involved for this gene therapy. And but you see, gene therapy tends to save for many conditions we don't have a treatment. For example, mitochondrial disease is one for a group of a condition we don't have a treatment currently. And then mitochondria, a tiny organelle in cell, but it's play a big role in metabolic. And then first of all, and then over 90% energy we need for our body is produced inside the mitochondria. No matter what you eat, fat, carbohydrate, protein, we have to convert it to ATP inside the mitochondria so your body can use. And also mitochondria also participate in many other functions, including biosynthetic function, and which is critical for many of the enzymes. I will come back for that. Mitochondria has its own genome called mitochondrial genome. If you have a mutation in mitochondrial genome, will be very complicated for treatment. However, the more than 1,500 genes in nuclear also can encode the protein, which is required for mitochondrial genome, mitochondrial function and the structure. And this gene mutation can also cause mitochondrial disease. And the mutation in nuclear genome for mitochondrial disease is very similar to PKU. and the length are often a recessive condition. So that potentially we can use for gene therapy. Our laboratory has been focused on new gene discovery for the last 10 years. And we found many disease-causing genes pretty much every year. And then so, but as a physician scientist, and after we found out this gene, and the question is what I can do for my patient. So we have been actively involved gene therapy for mitochondrial disease. I want to give you two samples. For example, one for gene caused mitochondrial disease called SLC25A46. This is a recessive condition. If you have a mutation for this gene, you can have, you see optic atrophy, which is a legally blind, and peripheral neuropathy, and also central nervous system, you see degeneration of the brain. And then, so this is again, so a desperate disease. Currently, there's no treatment. And then, so fortunately, the majority of nuclear-related mitochondrial disease are caused by gene, which is very small, kind of small. And the AAV, which is a adeno-associated virus vector, can definitely pack big enough to pack this gene, and which will give us a very good vector to deliver the normal gene to a patient or animal. And what we hope we see, we can infect a cell with AAV carry wild type gene, and after infect the cell, and the cell will make this protein, and then so the protein has mitochondrial target signal, and they will localize in the mitochondria and the function inside the mitochondria, and they restore the function of the mitochondria. And this is you see, I give you a sample. You see, because the mitochondria is all over the body, and then so we need a widely expressed gene, widely expressed of this gene. So, for example, this is a eye, and then so this is a control. This is you see animal injected with a vector carry gene, and this is again the top panel is control, and then so you can see the significant green fluorescence here, and which is very important. You see, make sure your gene also deliver into central nervous system, and this is cerebellar, cortex, and the hippocampus, and the eye, and the heart, and the length peripheral nerve, the sciatic nerve. So seemingly this thing work very well. And then the most important thing is after the injection, what look like animal. Okay, this is a show you. You see, we have a two animal, were injected with AAV vector carry normal gene. Another two were mutant mice without the injection. You probably can easily tell which animal is injected with AAV carry gene we need. And then so you can see the, you see animal with carry mutation gene pretty much dying. Well, another condition called FDSR related mitochondrial disease, and which is very similar to previous condition, and then all for patients pretty much legally blind, and with also peripheral neuropathy, central nervous system, degeneration of central nervous system. This is caused by a gene called FDSR. This is an enzyme required for mitochondrial synthesize iron sulfur cluster, which is very important for many protein function. And you can tell, you see, this is a mice with a carrier mutation of the gene. And the links are pretty much very nicely recapitulate human phenotype. And then you can see the very, you can see the severe ataxia, and this mice is legally blind, I cannot see anything at all. And then so But you see with gene therapy, we are able to successfully rescue the phenotype. There's 3 cage for mice. First cage is used as a normal control. Second cage is mutant mice. Third cage is mutant mice we injected with AAV vector carry wild-type FDSR gene. You can tell, you see, compare the second and third cage, and the third cage is doing much better, and then so they're almost as a normal mice, and they're very active. And then so I think that gave us, you see, a very good insurance. And then so this gene therapy may work. At this time, we have a register. You see the many of the conditions we are working on. For example, we are registry. You see clinical trial.gov, or you see SLC mutation. And then so also we also register our mitochondrial disease caused by FDS mutation. And then so we have recruited many patients, and it turned out is some of the condition, some of condition, we have a way more patients than we expected. For example, you see, after we register, so many people contact us from all over the world. We have recruited many patients with mitochondrial disease caused by FDSR mutation. And then so, while this is, you see the gene therapy really challenges us, you know, for the newborn screen. You see, because the newborn screen is supposed, you see, you screen some of a treatable disease. And but you see, because gene therapy, some condition previously feel not treatable become treatable. The question is, how can we develop the most effective newborn screen X-ray, which could be a cost effective? And then so I'm pretty positive. And then so I just gave you a sample. You see that for human genome, as you all know, you see the first version of human genome costs us $3 billion. And then you spend 13 years. And then so until we have a first version of human genome, which is a very difficult found disease causing gene. After that, because you see next generation sequencing application, you can see the new gene discovery really accelerate very quickly. However, the purpose of just to find the disease causing gene is not sufficient. We really have to find a treatment for those patients with genetic condition caused by genetic mutation. And so you can also tell gene therapy has been increased tremendously recent year. And as I mentioned to you, currently several hundred clinical trial for gene therapy. And then so currently the cost is still tremendous. And as I mentioned to you, you see the first clinical first drug approved by FDA, Lexton, which is a cost about $850,000 per injection. And the second one you see for beta thalassemia cost more than $2 million. And for spinal muscular atrophy is also more than $1 million. But you see, I think the more we do, and the cost is going to come down. As you see, this is you see after first version of human genome project complete, and then so first start with $100 million per genome, and then now we are talking about you see $1,000, and then so even several $100 for to sequence genome. And I don't expect gene therapy will drop like this so fast, but I'm positive, and then so more we do, and the cost is going to be less. And then so hopefully we'll improve our technology and the clinical trial, and then so more people will benefit from our research. And having said that, I'm going to stop here. And then so I thank the people working in my lab, and I particularly want to thank Harley Foundation and Michael Guthrie Family Foundation that support the gene therapy in my lab. And I'm going to hold the question to the next section. And I know you probably have many questions for me and the other speaker. Again, I want to thank you for your attention.
All right, well, thank you everyone for the wonderful talk so far. My name is Teresa. I'm a genetic counselor that works with Dr. Wong at UBMD Pediatrics, and I'm also a member of his research lab. And I have been asked to take part in the panel session, the discussion that we're gonna have now. So I've been keeping track of some of the questions that have been popping up as all the speakers have been talking, so we'll definitely try and get to those as we can. But I also have some questions that we have for each of the panelists that I wanted to bring up and have a bit of open discussion about. So Harvey Levy, we're going to start with you. The question that we wanted to discuss with you was, universal newborn screening has been extremely successful medical innovation. It's saved tens of thousands of lives in the past few decades. Unfortunately, many of these patients that we identify, they still suffer from suboptimal outcomes, and some of that can be due to socioeconomic factors. It also has to do with whether or not the parents actually comply with recommended treatment. So with that said, we are curious how you feel that healthcare providers and the medical system can best support families to improve the current system and to optimize these outcomes for these patients.
Harvey, you're on mute.
All right, sorry. Yeah, no, we've heard some really excellent talks about different new therapies, and we've heard this certainly very excellent talk by Tao Sheng on gene therapy. But we still have to deal with real life, and of course, the vast majority of patients that we see and are still having to be treated with the good diets and other kinds of therapies that have been available for many years, but still there are challenges in quite a number of patients and families. And the challenges include dysfunctional families that for one reason or another just simply can't cope with the difficulties of what is the major therapy today for most of these disorders, which is dietary therapy. They have problems with transportation. They're not next to or close to a medical center, which can deal with their specific, very, very rare and very complicated disorder. And they have funding problems as well, and that's certainly a major problem. The insurance is not always covered, doesn't always cover all of the different kinds of things. And there are different kinds of insurances, some of which cover some things, some which don't cover other things, but not everything. And then of course you have certain states that fund diets and other kinds of things, and you have other states that really don't fund to any great extent. So there are challenges. And one of the ways we try to meet challenges is to have a complement of individuals within each clinic to help these families. You have social workers in some clinics, psychologists, dietitians, of course, can be helpful in that. And of course, physicians. We can all be very helpful in that kind of thing. But there still is many challenges for these families. And every clinic has a number of families which are very, very severely challenged. But in funding, what can we do about funding? Well, we have funding for newborn screening. The funding is either through insurance and newborn care that pays for the screening laboratory in most instances, but it doesn't pay for follow-up care. And that's, of course, the challenge that I just mentioned. So we try to deal with that as well as we can, and there certainly are ways in which we need to think about different ways of helping these families in even more ways, but still we're challenged.
Thank you, Dr. Levy. Was anybody else on the panel wanting to touch base a little bit on that question, or I can move on if we're good there? All right. So the next question I have is for Margie McGlynn. Thank you very much for your talk. It was very nice meeting you the other day as well. So the question we had for you was that, currently newborn screening is generally only performed for treatable diseases. However, as Dr. Wong highlighted in his talk, that gene therapy opens up the possibility of treating a larger number of genetic diseases that were thought to be previously untreatable. So with that in mind, how should we go about expanding the panel diseases as we go forward? And do you think families will benefit from expanded screening, or do you think it could potentially increase stress on not only the family, but also the healthcare system?
Well, thanks. And I'd also like to thank Tao Shen for including the patient's perspective and family's perspective in this overall symposium. We all know how important that is. So it's a great question. And the first point I'd like to make is that it shouldn't be a question of, is this disease treatable? It should be a question of is it actionable? Is there something I could do as a parent that if my child is diagnosed with this genetic-based disease, I may be able to do something to provide greater support, to watch out for the symptoms as they develop. As Stacy said earlier, knowledge is power. I, as a parent, would want to know if I'm starting to see something that doesn't quite look right, what is going on, as opposed to the 3 to 5 year diagnostic odyssey where you might get no diagnosis or wrong diagnosis and seeing multiple specialists. But the other aspect of it that I raised earlier is when you look at what parents are doing when they find out their child has a genetic disease. Tao Sheng just thanked 2 family organizations that have funded his work. Well, that's what parents do if they're able to. If they're not able to fund it themselves, they may have fundraisers. They may start a patient advocacy organization or join one that already exists. And almost all of them I'm aware of provide research grants so that the disease they care about will someday have a treatment or a cure. They set up registries. They help support natural history studies. They help recruit patients into clinical trials. So there are many examples of this. I gave one before, and there are many others where new treatments came to market because patients and families were aware of the diagnosis. So I think that has to be our long-term vision. Sure, you have to start, with a set of diseases like the ones we're testing for today, but in the long run, let's test for every genetic-based disease for which we know there's a clear connection between a certain, genetic defect and that serious disease.
Any other thoughts on this topic specifically?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Margie just said, because you see, as a clinical geneticist, we often see many patients in our clinic like shuffling around the physician after another physician. They don't get a diagnosis. But of course, you see recently NGS definitely improved the diagnosis of the disease. And then so we do see a lot, you see indeed in many cases here, parent support will really help, so we just talked about, like you mentioned, you see the enzyme replacement therapy really starts from family because they have a child with lysosomal storage disease. And the same is here, we work on mitochondrial disease. Some of we did get a support from, you see, a family a lot, so that's really important. I want to point out, Margie is also very generous, and she also supports, you see, endowed chair for clinical pharmacy here, and the links for UB, and which is going to be extremely helpful for us to developing a treatment in future.
Thanks, Tasha. I had one more thing from a patient perspective. They need to know that information if they're making decisions about having more children.
Sure.
And they may then do carrier screening of family members, et cetera, which we certainly do in my extended family. I'm now down 2 generations, making sure that my nieces and nephews know before they have children, whether they're carriers and whether their spouse is a carrier.
Good point. All right, I wanted to move on to a question for Michelle Cagnia. Thank you so much for your talk and coming to represent someone from the state involved in the New York screening program. So we were curious for some of the diseases that we now screen for. There still remains significant issues where it comes to sensitivity and specificity. So many instances of false positives as well as false negatives. So false positive can be a common for some of these new tests. And we're wondering, what are some of the conditions where there's the most room for improvement in terms of specificity?
So again, good afternoon, everybody. I guess afternoon now for most people, or at least for us in New York. So newborn screening tests are actually designed to have a high sensitivity. We really try to avoid false negatives, but as you sort of alluded to, you really have to counter that with having, you know, how many families do you impact? And I think I sort of illustrated that a little bit with the CF example, where the IRT is a test that has fairly low specificity. And so we have a high degree of false positives. And so when you design a test, you want to kind of balance those two. Obviously, we don't want to miss cases. That's sort of the worst thing. So you want to work on ways to make the test better. And so for CF, it's taken us several years and the technology needed to improve, but we're at a point now where we have fairly good sensitivity and specificity for that. CAH, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, is one of the conditions where we do also have a very large number of false positives. There's factors that influence the levels of 17-hydroxyprogesterone. And we know that we also have missed some cases of CAH over the years as well. And so we and some other programs have been working pretty hard on an additional second-tier steroid panel that we can use on the mass spec, so that now we can lower our cutoff for CAH and then be able to send more samples off for that second-tier test. And of course, we need to test that against many years worth of data in order to be able to assure ourselves that we're not going to miss any more cases than we had previously using the old algorithm. So it's always kind of working on this balance. And the other thing that a lot of states are working on is harmonizing results across the different technologies in different states. States have different populations, and different populations often have different biochemical levels of some of these analytes. And so while there is some effort across the country to harmonize results so that we're all calling the same thing, the same result, we also have to take into consideration that populations do vary across the country. And as was mentioned earlier, the Mayo Clinic has developed the CLEAR tool, which is the Collaborative Laboratory Integrated Reports tool. And we've used that for our lysosomal storage disease testing to minimize the number of specimens that are going to DNA and therefore limiting the number of babies that get referred for evaluation for those. And so this is one of the things that states continually work on in order to improve the screening overall.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Anyone else wanted to comment a little bit on that or had any thoughts? Okay. The next question we wanted to pass off to Tom Legan. So the question we had for you is, how can we improve screening for diseases that historically have been more difficult or problematic? So lysosomal storage disease is an example that we're using. And what can we do to improve the system in this area?
Well, thank you for asking me to participate. I want to mention that I came to Buffalo in 1988, so I had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Guthrie. So, you know, as far and Michelle just got into this, you know, there's a very limited amount of material in the newborn blood spot, basically, so the question is, how quickly can we get information for these problematic diseases? And that does have to do with analysis of biomarkers. For example, for Krabbe disease, psychosine is a biomarker that with the enzyme deficiency, there's recently been a recommendation to incorporate that into screening for Krabbe disease. For the mucopolysaccharidoses, it's GAG levels, basically, so doing GAG levels. And we've published in 2019 in Genetics and Medicine, we published a study that looked at help to establish psychosine as a biomarker, that could really increase the positive predictive value. And in 2020, we published a paper in the Journal of Inherited Metabolic Diseases looking at the mucopolysaccharidoses, MPS1 in particular, and showed again that if GAG levels are used, you can increase the positive predictive value quickly to near 100%. So that's one thing I would mention is that there's a limited amount of material in the blood spot, and the need to conduct tests quickly justifies a reliance on biomarkers basically to determine these things. And biomarkers can come back very quickly, either through CLEAR or through the things that we're doing, and that enables an accurate diagnosis quickly. That then allows you to defer genetic testing for at least several days. Not that it's still very important to look at genetic testing, but for example, for Pompe disease, there are 500 pathologic variants and numerous variants of unknown significance. So, so that's why it's important to do the biomarker analyses quickly to establish these diagnoses, because these severe phenotypes like early metabolic Krabbe disease or Hurler's disease or MPS1, the treatments need to be started as quickly as possible, probably more quickly than genetic sequencing can be done. So that's why we've developed the tool for MPS1 and for Krabbe disease to look at these things, to use that second tier, the second analysis of the limited material in the blood spot to try to predict symptoms as quickly as possible. So I think that I think there should be broad understanding that it's biomarkers first and genetic sequencing second. Genetic sequencing is still important for informing the family of risk and perhaps making a genotype-phenotype correlation, but the biomarkers are probably going to be necessary so that treatment, whether it's enzyme replacement therapy or cord blood transplant, can be started as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And that's an excellent point of looking at trying to identify potential symptoms rather than sequencing.
Can I ask a question? You see, I want to talk to Michelle. Tom just mentioned, you see, use additional biomarker and increase specificity. How likely you see a state lab can implement this kind of modification? I think Margie also mentioned you see for homocysteine urine, I believe Mayo Clinic also use a second tier to help increase this sensitivity.
I mean, so as far as what Dr. Lang was talking about with next-gen sequencing, right now that is not possible in the lab, but I think it's going to be here in some form. And so there's sort of this marriage between the use of genetic molecular technology and the biomarkers. We always tend to use the biomarker first and the sort of most obvious one, if you will, for the first tier test. And then the idea is over time we can funnel that at-risk population from the whole population down to the babies we're most interested in following. We are working with, we actually have been working a bit with Georgia, who's working with the Hemocysteinuria of America Foundation so that we can improve the screening, and we do have funding from CDC to look for that. And in fact, recently we have actually lowered our methionine level down from 84 to 50, so we've now gone down to about the 50th percentile of all normal babies in the state to take a look at, and we've implemented the MET-Phe ratio as well. So there's different avenues that are being worked on to improve screening for homocystinuria. We also do, we've also worked with Mayo and Mike Gelb and that group with adding cyclosine to Krabbe screening, and we were looking at also glycosaminoglycans, but remember, sometimes you need a different type of mass spec. Once you get that instrument, you can implement those second tier tests. There's a lot of effort right now with CDC also looking at second tier tests for a lot of those types of, for a lot of the metabolic conditions.
That's great. Maggie, do you want to comment on that? For almost 60 years. I know.
I would just like to say you made my day, Michelle, because I know we had chatted about that when I met you at an ACHDNC meeting, but I hadn't been aware that you've taken those steps. So you really are an early adopter, and I'm going to reach out to you for input on how I get some of your other colleagues in other states to follow your lead.
That's great.
Any other comments on that topic? All right, then. Well, I'll move on to a question for Rodney Howell. So thank you so much for your great talk. It was great to have the perspective of where newborn screening is sort of elsewhere rather than just in North America. So in your experience, how does newborn screening in the United States compare to other developed countries, such as the UK? And following up with that, do we have some strategies that we can use to implement newborn screening worldwide better and to improve the existing systems in countries with established screening programs?
Let me comment quickly about these. They're broad issues, but the newborn screening program in the United States is clearly one of the very best that exists currently in the large developed countries and so forth, as far as screening for many conditions. We have we have a unique program in the fact that our federal recommendations, and I'll come back to that a little bit, are required by the law that established the committee to be evidence-based reviews. And we have a systematic method of doing that. We tend to screen for more conditions than most developed countries. There are a few that screen for a few more, but again, it depends on individual issues. But the point is, the US is very good. Now, one of the things that I do want to comment is that there have been a lot of comments during this symposium that we could spend days talking about. But one is that there are a considerable number of big groups currently looking at how do we modernize the newborn screening program, because it's perfectly clear with all the drugs and all the treatments and all the knowledge that's coming along, if we continue to approve new conditions at the rate we've been going, that's non-sustainable. In other words, we need to move much more rapidly. However, we have to do it with evidence review if it's a federal program, et cetera. The other issue that was raised is screening for conditions that aren't treatable. That's been under discussion for a long time and will continue to be. There are folks that feel strongly on both sides of that street. It's a complicated issue. But the point is, speaking personally, I think we should screen for anything that we can do anything about that's truly actionable, frankly, and so forth. But anyway, I think that a number of things, the newborn screening program is going to be changing in the United States. I can assure you that. I think it will be changing systematically and so forth. And I think that we will continue to have one of the most ambitious that is in the country, in the world. And again, I think that many countries around the world are interested in having input from others. They don't need people to come in and lecture to them and tell you, well, this is the way we do it in New York. You should do it this way. They like to have the information that they need in their country to do what they're commissioned to do. And again, if you have a country who literally can't afford clean water, you have different priorities than you do in the United States. And so you have to be very sensitive to that. But the countries, I think, are very receptive as long as you realize you're there to learn from them and see if there's something you know or you can provide that will help them. But again, you have to find out what they truly need to do. I must comment one quick comment before ending. Newborn screening, we've really not talked about how cheap it is. We've talked about funding it and all that sort of stuff, but the amount of money we spend on newborn screening is peanuts to our federal expenditures in healthcare and other areas. And basically, the United States can afford to do what we need to do and to do it properly. Now, that doesn't mean that the money is going to immediately appear on the doorstep tomorrow morning, but I think we have to keep things in the back of our mind that what we're doing is really a very cost-effective way. It's relatively cheap, and we should really campaign vigorously to be sure that what we want to do, which is really inexpensive, gets done and it gets done properly.
Thank you, Dr. Howe. So we wanted to pass it over to Mark Corson. We have a question for you, and it kind of piggybacks really well on what Dr. Howe was saying, is that, you know, we start screening more and more things, but as we add more diseases to the newborn panels, the amount of physicians that specialize in these areas are shrinking. So obviously in places with severe restriction on our ability to effectively treat this group of patients. So in your opinion, what could we do to increase the number of providers that are specializing in metabolic disorders?
Well, thank you. Let me give you a few statistics. So in 2019, the American College of Medical Genetics did a survey of providers, and about just under 1,000 replied. At that time, for about per 500,000 people, there were 2 geneticists. This is in the US. And when I'm talking about geneticists, I'm also including biochemical or metabolic geneticists. In that group, the mean median age, both the mean and median age of geneticists was 53 years. And in the next 5 to 10 years, it was expected that 23% of that number would retire. So that's a huge number. In 2019, 130 medical centers were looking for 1 geneticist, 80 centers were looking for 2. And of those, about 75 of those positions have been posted for a year, 40 had been posted 1 to 2 years, and another 40 were posted over 20 for over 2 years, half of those over 3 years. So that gives some insight into that there's really a workforce shortage problem. And so considering that genetics and especially metabolism is not well taught in medical schools, that really could lead to a situation where we are identifying people, but then afterwards the care or the opportunity for care is substandard because we have too many physicians or too many providers who simply don't understand what they're dealing with. And so we have to kind of rectify that situation. We have been conducting career fairs, so reaching out to medical students, but we realize we really have to go younger than that because many medical students enter medical school with an idea of what they want to do, especially if they're researchers, in which case we have to go to people who are interested in genetics at the undergraduate or graduate level. But whereas in my day, we chose our career based on what was interesting and where we could make a difference. And today, with medical students facing a medical school debt of, on the average, $200,000, they do not want to choose a career that does not optimize their revenue, because a $200,000 burden to start your career with that kind of burden is very heavy. So we in the metabolic or the genetics community, and I'm not just talking about us as clinicians, I'm talking about the foundations, I'm talking about the pharmaceutical companies, this whole community needs to try to do something a little bit more attractive, sexy, to attract people into this area, perhaps with some degree of medical school repayment or debt forgiveness. And so that more people come into this, people who might otherwise choose to go into this, but can't see carrying that kind of burden. I'm actually, if for those of you in the audience who are interested in participating in this effort and thinking through how we can recruit more into this area, please reach out.
That's a very good point, Mark. And you see that I also constantly talk to industry people. I say you can develop a lot of drug, but in future, maybe not even have people prescribe a drug for you. And so I know some of the companies really helpful and set up, you see, a fellowship, train new generation physician, but other not doing as well as other companies. So I fully agree with you. This is going to be a big issue, because just look at the Western New York, how many people really take care of a patient with metabolic disorder. And I think so the number of patients is not going to decrease, it's going to be increased. the physician is the other way around. You see, that's you see already. And I don't know, you see at the American Board of Medical Genetic Genomic, and anything they can do to help, really increase the training side, and otherwise you see how we're going to manage this patient.
Teresa, let me make one quick comment to add to Mark's thoughtful comments and to other comments, and that's it. The only good thing I can think of that's come out of this dreadful pandemic that we've been enduring is the fact that electronic communication has expanded enormously. And I think that one lasting effect of that will be an increased use of rare specialists such as Mark and others around the world and in rural areas. In other words, you can do a lot as an expert in metabolic diseases and so forth without necessarily being on site, provided you have really good access. And I think that's a really good thing that's happened, because we're not going to generate a large number of new people, even if we're successful overnight. And so I think it's going to be really, really important to continue to expand our electronic communication.
Excellent point. And then the last question I had for the panelists is for Dr. Huang. So as we expand the newborn screen, how likely do you think that genomic technologies will be used as a first-tier analysis rather than a second? And do you see the cost will continue reducing to make this application possible? And finally, do you feel the introduction of genomic technology will improve sensitivity or cause additional complications with the interpretation of uncertain variants?
Well, this is a great question, and like many people mentioned. I think Maggie also talked about it, and Dr. Howard also talked about. You see, UK let's start to talk about this, and I feel there's so many hurdles you have to really make sure you can overcome. And the first thing is already cost. And then, so although I agree with Dr. Howard, you see the newborn screen is just cost of peanuts compared to other care. And the genomic application really can, not just for the screen, the disease we are screening now, you can potentially increase to 500, even 5,000 disease. So those patients not only benefit, you see, in immediate management, you also benefit from your lifelong, you see, lifestyle and the length of something like that. You can definitely have much better information. That the cost must be come down, so I believe the cost will continue come down if you have, you can imagine if you use genomic tools for newborn screen, you can imagine how many cases you can screen. You have a lot of people, and then cost for reagent could be probably one fraction. And but you see, another hurdle is the data analysis. One thing is you see data analysis. I think we probably have to rely on artificial intelligence in the future. So already get a good database, and then in that case, we have to make sure we get the ready database, good database, include probably all patients. So we have all positive newborn screen, and then everyone have genetic information. Make sure you see that database will expand, and that will be the second hurdle we have to overcome. But you see, probably will happen. You see, but it will not immediately take you need an additional couple of years, and then to get there. But you see, people are ready to talk about it. But one thing for sure, Guthrie field will continue use for this newborn screen, no matter genomic or you see whatever. So hopefully you see the field will be in the right direction. And yeah, that's my 2 cents. Anyone else have a better idea?
Hi, this is Michelle. I raised my hand, but now I'll lower it. I think another approach people need to really keep in mind is more of a metabolomics approach.
Yeah.
So, looking at sort of the global metabolism of infants and being able to use AI or other algorithms in order to be able to assess a whole series of biochemical markers, and maybe not just a single pathway, because we know that perturbations in one area may cause perturbations in other areas of a baby's metabolism. And then you have all of the birth events that happen to an infant, for the process of being born. So I know a lot of people talk about whole genome sequencing as the way to go, but remember, that's just sort of a technology. And really, when people talk about that in the context of newborn screening, they're really talking about putting together a sort of set panel of genes, not looking at every base in the entire genome, at least not at this point. And so the things that we need to think about if we were going to move forward with molecular is obviously the cost, and that will come down. Also the turnaround time. There's a lot of emphasis on programs to be very timely with respect to newborn screening. And so are we able to do the sequencing, do the interpretation, as you just mentioned, and get those results out in a timely manner? And then the other issues we need to think about is data storage. Who stores it? Who owns it? How long do we keep it? How quickly do we reanalyze it? Because when you think about, 250,000 or 4 million babies across the country, that's a lot of data being stored. And then also how often we reanalyze that data when new information becomes available. And then we also need to agree on what we report and how we catalog things. So there's a lot of things that need to go into this, in addition to all the issues we talked about with the availability, the equity, the screening, and then genetics professionals to be able to get those results out to families with the right information at the right time. So stay tuned. There's more to come.
Great. Well, we have several questions from the audience. I wanted to check in with time. I know we're going a little bit over. Dr. Wong, do you think we continue for a little bit for a few more questions?
Why don't we pick up you see one or two questions? So I think we are a little bit late. Yeah.
So a few questions from the chat here. So there was an interesting question about what is the view of speakers of more actively recommending preconception carrier screening to actually reduce the incidence of inborn errors? Any of the panelists feel free to jump in.
I will make a comment, and I raised this before. I've done it with my own family, as I know, I'm not a carrier, but I have 3 sisters that are carriers for homocystinuria, and I know other patients and families are interested in doing the same. Some choose to have another child, even knowing it will have the disease, but I think it helps prepare them mentally for that decision and for the baby being born. So I personally think from a patient family perspective, it's a great tool to have available if you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark Horson here, this is already being done in select communities that are at high risk for, or at higher risk for having children with specific genetic disorders that, in that community. And I respect, the call to expand newborn screening, giving parents information about their child. I think that would be even more appreciated if, before having the baby, the couple had that information about the conditions that they may meet or for which they are at risk. So I think expanding that would certainly make more sense because the child isn't yet born. And so that will give the couple more opportunities to think through their reproductive plans.
Great. Teresa, I think we should conclude
Sure.
Symposium.
I have everyone's questions that have been posted throughout the symposium, so maybe we can send them out to the speakers at a later date.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Well, I want to thank all speakers on the link. So we really had a great symposium by studying opening remark by our leadership, and also we have a very good story from Patricia and also Harvey Levy about the Robert Guthrie, and then so Margie, really great that you lead the group to discuss you guys' journey as a patient, as a family, and what kind of hurdle you got. That's very informative, and definitely we have a great talk from Michelle. Talk about the current stats of newborn screening in New York State. That Howard just not only show us all the newborn screening what you do. Actually, he gave us a tool to a worldwide tool. That's like all over the place. He visit, and the Mark really great. The talk about the management, which is wonderful. And I also want to thank company support this symposium, include Genzyme, Nutrition North America, Biomarine, Horizon Therapeutics, KSL Diagnostic, GeneDx, and also last I want to add, we forgot one thing, so by Baylor Genetic Laboratory. Last but not least, I want to thank organizing committee, and I really appreciate the hard working and make this symposium possible. First, I want to thank Kathy Swanson, and she's the Senior Director of Advancement, University of Buffalo. Hi, Kathy, thank you. Second one is Amy Lachuk. Hi, Amy. Amy is Grant Management, Children's Hospital of Buffalo Foundation. And I think we forget you see foundation logo here. Thank you, Amy. That's great to work with you. And we have a couple other people. Margie, I just mentioned, and she's really great, lead patient discussion panel. That's really a benefit for all of us. And then we have other people you see include Kathy Rigg, and also Emily Mazer. They're not here. They may not come out here. Of course, Jesse's alone. And Jesse really helped a lot, and I so working very hard behind the scene. And also we would like to thank Dave from UB event, and also Teresa host the last section again. So we're going to see you next year, and hopefully next year we're going to have an in-person meeting. And then so one thing we are going to set up next year is that we're going to have a Robert Guthrie Life Achievement Award. So we'll see you next year. Thank you, Steve, too. Steve Lipshaw. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next year.
Great. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Tasha. Great work.
Great. Okay, we'll be in touch.